to our Muslim brothers and friends, and not Muslim, our Catholic brothers and friends, and Christians who mourn the loss of the Pope. We want to empathize with you and pray that God will give you comfort, and that the church will find a suitable successor who shall lead in an equal manner. And as we do this, to take forward the legacy of the Pope, of inclusivity and remembering those that are less fortunate, I pray that we will handle our business and be as inclusive as possible. Allow me to also mention that we have a withdrawal that has been brought to my attention of Esther Nanjala Wekesa, who was supposed to appear. I'm told she's not able to appear today. And then we had a request of Jibril Maali Mohammed, who was to appear on Thursday, on the 24th, who requested that he be rescheduled because he is unable to make it on Thursday. And so we will seek to consider him tomorrow at 4:30 at the end, as the last candidate. So tomorrow we shall have 7 candidates. I think with that, we are ready to receive our first candidate this morning. Please bring in Ruth Mbwaya Agesa. Thank you. Welcome, Madam Ruth. Please have a seat. Thank you. Allow me to thank you for coming and welcome you this morning for your interview. Congratulations for being shortlisted for the position that you applied for, member of the IEBC Commission. And thank you for showing your interest in that position. My name is Nelson Makanda. You do have a pen and a notebook. It's a cold morning, but water sometimes may be helpful. And you have a mic before you. You press on it and speak, and then you can speak. I want to invite my colleagues here to introduce themselves to you, then we'll come to you. Please.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Ruth, good morning. My name is Linda Kiome. I serve this panel as the Vice Chair. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for your interview session this morning. Karibu sana.
Ruth, hujambo? Jina langu ni Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Ma'am, good morning. Caroline Kituko, karibu.
Good morning, Doc. My name is Adam Solo, a member of this election panel.
Good morning, Daktari. My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Good morning, Dr. Agesa. My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Good morning, Dr. Agesa. Karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grigno, and I'm a member of the panel.
Good morning, Ruth. Morning.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of the selection panel, and we welcome you.
Thank you.
So now we come to you, and we ask that you introduce yourself, highlight those things in your profile that you think are significant for us to take note of, but also relevant for the position that you have applied for. Mention if you have any award or honor that has been given to you, and if you belong to any professional group or society. Please proceed, Madam Ruth. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. First, before I introduce myself, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for having selected me to be among those who've been shortlisted for this interview. And it's not a privilege, but I'm sure you found something that drove you to making me be among the shortlisted people. And I would like to thank you so much. I'm Dr. Ruth Mbwaya Agesa. I come from Vihiga County. I would like to say that I've lived my life in education. I started off as a primary school teacher and taught in Nakuru for some time and was taken to a national school because of my prowess in music. I taught in Nakuru High School, and during that time I got my diploma, and I was removed from Nakuru High School to be an inspector of schools in Nairobi when I was having the diploma. So I did my degree in music when I was already an inspector of schools, and went to University of Nairobi where I did international studies, masters. And while I finished from there, I did an international diploma in education planning and administration in India. And I did my PhD with Masinde Muliro University in Peace and Conflict Studies while I was at the Ministry of Education. I have worked at the Ministry of Education. I left when I was a director in charge of music. I have been an executive secretary for Kenya Music Festival, which is the largest activity in Kenya and even in the world, bringing so many children together and giving music to the people. And you know, music is actually food for the soul. While at the ministry, I also ventured more into protocol because I was being given assignments for being a receptionist for the ministry. So I did my course in South Africa, Durban, in protocol and business administration, business protocol and events organization. Apart from that, I've done so much in peace, and you've seen my PhDs in peace and conflict studies. So I've been doing much with the International Peace Support Training Center in Karen, where I did my child protection course and election observers course, and also the regional senior mission leaders course. I have been awarded medals by the state. I have a head of state commendation. I have Order of the Grand Warrior, the OGW, for making children sit and cladded in the four colors of the Kenya flag. That is solidarity and patriotism to the nation. That is my brainchild, what you normally see on public holidays, children sitting, making the Kenya flag on the terraces. I started it, and that's my brainchild. And I was also awarded Moran of the Burning Spear for coordinating that massive Kenya Music Festival activity and being successful. I have also been recognized by the government for having led the Kenyan team to Tanzania for the African Public Service Week, and Kenya came out number 2. I was heading as a protocol person. So by the time I was leaving the Ministry of Education, I had already established strong ties of protocol there. I have served on several boards. I have been on MTRH, Eldoret. I've been on a cooperative university council. I have also been at Kenya School of Government. I've been there until when I left in 2022, when I went to Western Kenya. I have also been the deputy CEO for World Athletics Under 20. And Kenya became the winners in the event that was held in Kenya in 2021. I must say I've done much in peace organizations, and also participating more in the national celebrations. I'm the long-serving member of the National Celebrations Committee. I started in 1999 by meeting with Mr. Wasonga, and we are the ones who said the mass choirs of the children in Nairobi, province by then. And then what you normally see in national celebrations as the drills, children in the stadium, the drills and children saying that they own Kenya, and also that flag, that is my brainchild in the Ministry of Education. And I must say that if I'm given chance to come to the IEBC, there are many things that I'm going to bring on board, because I'm a person rotating in education, in peace and conflict study, conflicts in training, and also music. Because my life, I've actually grown more in music as much as I was under the Ministry of Education. So by the time I was leaving the Ministry of Education 2022, I was the Executive Secretary at Kenya Music Festival as being the director in charge, and also I was the head of performing arts, music and drama.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
You have done so much and achieved quite a lot, not just for yourself, but also for the country. We are grateful for that legacy you have set. I want to invite Linda to ask you some questions. Madam Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Ruth, you're an OGW.
Yes, madam.
MBS.
Yes, madam.
HSC.
Yes, madam.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That is exemplary. Now, looking at the experience that you have had as a CC member of education in Vihiga County, and all the experiences that you've had in your entire career journey, what do you bring to the table as an IEBC commissioner that will be relevant for your execution of the mandate that will be bestowed upon you once you become a commissioner?
Thank you. I think my experience in education, I will bring on board much into the training of the staff, and also I would bring in the idea, the feeling or the skill of making the IEBC be the front runners of this country in making sure that we all live together and own Kenya as our own, especially by even using my talent in music, mobilizing people to know that they have to come up with even music songs that can make Kenyans know that this is our country and we have to live in unity. Yes.
What are your personal attributes?
I'm a person who likes teamwork. I would like people to also live in harmony without conflict. You can see also my background in protocol. Protocol makes people live and work towards living with very minimum friction and with maximum efficiency. So I love people living in peace without friction. And then, of course, I'm a listener. I love learning, and I do quite a lot also of writing. And I think when you go through my CV, you find that I'm also an author. I've written a book, which is even in the market, whereby I really want people to live together, and I want women to be part of even decision making in all the society happenings.
Thank you so much, Daktari. I wish you the very best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Caroline Kituku to ask you some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Daktari, good morning once more.
Morning, Madam.
The organization or the institution that you're seeking to join, the IBC, as its mandate spelled out in the Constitution. Would you please tell the panel what, in your own understanding, is the core mandate of the IBC?
The core mandate of the IBC is to run elections, and these elections have to be free, fair, and transparent. It is also mandated to carry out delimitation of boundaries, and also to oversight, also to look at, to guide in the appointments of the nominees by the political parties. It's also settles disputes, election disputes, when they are there. And generally, the election has to be very free, fair, and transparent.
All right. So what is the mandate of the IBC? I was expecting you to tell us about its mandate insofar as referendums are concerned. Now, the Constitution has set out circumstances in which a referendum must be held should there be an attempt to amend the Constitution. Under what circumstances then is a referendum required under the Constitution?
A referendum is called for when there is there's need for amendment of the Constitution. For example, if the term of the elections, the period is supposed to be changed, or even when there are changes that are supposed to take place in the country, it cannot just be done unless it has gone through the referendum, because we have to also include the people. The people have participation. They have to come in.
That's fine, and that's correct. So what are these provisions in the Constitution that require a referendum before they can be amended? Would you share some, just mention 4 of them to us?
Before a referendum has been called for, there must be a survey to come up with.
No, the Constitution, as is explained very well, that whenever we are attempting to amend certain provisions of the Constitution, they cannot be amended, for example, by Parliament. There has to be the involvement of the people of Kenya through the referendum, because the Constitution belongs to the people of Kenya, right?
Yes.
So what are these provisions in the Constitution that Parliament cannot amend without the referendum being carried out by IBC?
That one I need to look at it first again. before I answer.
Okay, so let me take you where you are taking me.
Yes.
You brought me there, so let me take you there. So what is the procedure then for the amendment of the Constitution? What is the procedure? What is the procedure in a referendum, in short?
It's of course here the people have to be involved, and there must be even a voting that will take place there. And after voting of the items that are required on, then it will be that the results will be announced.
So
yes
before
or
we
no.
vote, what are those things in law that must happen? Or how does IBC, you're seeking to join IBC. In the event there is an attempt to amend the Constitution, IBC will have to be involved.
Yes.
So what is the role of the mandate of the IBC in carrying out referendums?
First of all, there must be civic education to the people. They have to be talked to, taught what, why they have to carry out the referendum. And the way IBC works with the people, the citizens themselves, they have to register, and we have to check on, apart from civic education, there is that the voter registration, which is people who are actually going to vote. They should not be people who are not eligible. And I think that's all.
Okay, so what you just told me is about what happens in the normal voting process. We were looking for what happens when there is a referendum. Like, what is IBC supposed to do to make sure that the referendum happens? Any idea?
You know, and a referendum is coming in because there has been an issue that has triggered for the referendum to be done, because it's just not a normal election. So there must have been a dispute, or there must have been a reason, people's voice of what they're not happy about, or what they feel. If it's amended, if there's a referendum, then they are going to be able to amend some of the things that are, or the laws that are there, because there is no law that can be done before it's passed in the referendum.
You have confused me completely, but it's fine. Thank you, and I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I want to ask Madam Koki, please.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Gesa, first allow me to congratulate you for self-actualization and your immense contribution to Kenya. Really, asante sana.
Thank you.
Ningependa kukuuliza. Based on your experience, your immense experience in mobilization, in organizing people together, I want to ask you a question around voter registration. As you know, voter registration is very, very important.
Yes.
Because it is through that list that we get people who can elect the leaders that we have. Mm-hmm. Now, if you are nominated as a member of IEBC, and you know voter registration is a key activity of the electoral cycle, mm-hmm. I would like you to tell the panel and the people watching you at home, including your students, how you will ensure that the provisions of the Constitution on voter registration are adhered to strictly and followed by IEBC, beginning with yourself if you become a member.
Thank you, Madam. I think with the skills I have in mobilization, you've just cited, you find that many people normally don't want to go and register. And unless they are talked to, is when they will have to go to register as voters. So there must be a lot of civic education, a lot of barazas, even people being talked to in barazas, and also use of media. You talk to people in the media, whether national or even the local media, you reach out to them and give them the importance of them voting, because this is our country and it's our right to vote, actually, to get our leaders.
Thank you very much. One of a sub-provision of the same, what you're saying, is continuous voter registration. Yeah. And we see that IEBC focuses only on this massive voter registration campaigns only around election. But we have to adhere to the Constitution and make sure this is continuous and it happens every day. How are you going to ensure that?
I think, Madam, through the chair, voter registration should be a continuous exercise. And you find that to avoid even that early last rush, we have to engage everybody, all the stakeholders. We talk to them and we reach out to people so that the registration is being done. And we, being in the IBC, if I am there, I'll engage even the staff to train them earlier on how even their voter registration can be done, so that it's something that it's not done at the last minute. It should be continuous.
Thank you, Daktari, and I wish you all the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
FCPA, please ask some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Ruth, I want to join my colleague in congratulating you for your achievements. One, personal achievements.
Thank you.
From a P1 teacher to where you are today. But secondly, on your contribution to this country.
Thank you.
Through your role in the music field.
Thank you.
Now, let's go to our subject matter. What protects IEBC from external influence? What protects IEBC from external influence?
The IBC is a body that is in the government, and it's the government that should actually protect IBC.
You're saying it's the government that protects?
Yes.
IEBC. Okay, what is the role? I think my colleague did ask what is the role of IEBC. So, in the context of the role of IEBC, my understanding is an arbiter or a referee in a game of political players. And on certain occasions, the government is also an interested party, isn't it?
Yes.
In the political process. So how can the same government protect it from influence?
I feel actually the IBC can only be protected by the law that is laid.
So how has the law protected IBC from that influence?
By following what is actually laid down in the Constitution, 2010, and in the laws that are streamlined in the IEBC Election Act. But you see also they have a legal framework which is also guiding the IEBC.
Okay. Are there any challenges that IEBC faces in terms of its independence?
Yes, IEBC may face challenges, especially because according to their budget, their funding, it's approved by the Parliament and it's released by the Treasury. So it's not that they are supposed to, they are not able to just do things on their own. Yes.
And
So
yeah,
that's a challenge, and especially now, let's say if the money is not even released to them, the funds are not released to them early, they'll face a challenge of carrying out their procurement or getting all their events that they're supposed to do to be done in time. So they'll have to rely on that, on waiting for the treasury to release the money.
any other challenge?
Another challenge is the IBC faces is with the area, the country the way it is. Let's say they're going for voting. You find that not all areas may be able to align or be able to be accessed very well with their technology. So that's a challenge they'll have, because you'll find there are some areas that you'll end up using manual work than a manual identification than having the technology that is there. That is a challenge, and that is, of course, in the country. Yeah.
How does that affect the independence of the Commission, that challenge of accessibility?
Maybe if I leave that one out, the other thing that maybe independence of the IBC could be even a challenge of political pressure. Yeah, political pressure, if it's there, then the IEBC may not really be able to, if it's not firm, then things may not go very well.
Thank you. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
You.
Evans Misati, please ask Ruth some questions.
Thanks so much, Chair. Ruth, I also take you back in trying to understand your knowledge on IEBC and electoral matters. Please give the distinct roles of the IEBC commissioners vis-a-vis the IEBC Secretariat.
Through the chair, the IEBC commissioners are actually the ones who hold the policies. They are policy makers, and also they oversight, they carry out oversight duties. The Secretariat does the execution of what is in the IEBC.
Thanks so much. Now, if you are given an opportunity and you are an IEBC commissioner, what measures will you put to ensure that IEBC is not influenced by ethnicity and divisive politics?
If I'm given the chance to be a commissioner, I will use my background in music and also in education, first by making sure that we do a lot of training. We do a lot of civic education to our people to make them own our country. And also music comes in, we find that music gives a lot of messages. So you saw even when the elections were being, the results were being waited for at Bomas of Kenya, as people were busy doing other things, there was the music. And this music passes a lot of strong messages. And this music actually will talk to the ethnic people to make sure that they know that this is our country. We need to live together. So I think that's a message I would really use on that area. And also, when I talked about protocol, you talk to people and tell them they need to know what is right and what is wrong, what we need to do and what we don't need to do. And I'm sure it is going to bring people living together harmoniously, a lot of cohesiveness.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to invite Fatuma Saman to ask you some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Dr. Gesa.
Yes, Madam.
Would you kindly tell the panel how you would classify the main state and non-state stakeholders in the electoral process?
The main state and the stakeholders. Stakeholders are the people who are having some link towards the, for example, things that are being done by IEBC. For example, the IEBC is getting funding from the government through Parliament and Treasury. But you find that the money may not be enough, so they'll need to get to donors. So these donors will come in as stakeholders of the elections to assist in giving in the assistance to make sure that we run the elections. Yeah.
Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to invite Bore to ask some questions. Mr. Bore, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ruth,
yes.
Looking at the IEBC constitutional role as a commissioner, how will you contribute to the long-term national cohesion beyond elections? Because the election comes only once in every 5 years, and there is still 4 more years of trying to bring the people together. How would you help in that role of trying to bring the people together?
Elections end, and there are those who remain when they are aggrieved. There are those who remain when they are very happy, jubilating after they are winning. So to make all these people together, to remain together, is good for there to be continuous talks to them, and also that the activities that are in IEBC should not just end by the time when the elections, the results have been given out. And if you remember the 2007 elections, which were very, came out to be very volatile and a lot of problems coming in, the tool that we used more into going into the society, we actually used music. And if you even add on other activities, let's say other activities that people can perform together, they bring in a lot of cohesion. Because by the time people meet and they are doing activities together, it is actually making them own that activity, and they know that it is for the country. So they are not left by themselves. And I think that is the way I could go, by making sure that Kenyans don't just leave when they are separated. Because after that 2007, people could not even look at one another, but we came in very strongly. And apart from talking to people, telling them how important our country is, we actually also made people do activities together. And being together makes them value the benefits they are getting from their country, and why they should actually learn to live together with a lot of harmony and cohesion.
Thank you very much, and wish you the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Professor Adam Solo, please.
Madam, I guess let me join my colleagues in congratulating you for the milestones that you have made. In your CV, you also indicate that you hold a certification in election observation. If you are to be made a commissioner, how do you intend to leverage on this experience if appointed as a member of the IEBC?
Through the chair, being a member or having gone through the training of election observers course, and also being part of those who have come up with the curriculum at IPSTC to make the curriculum for the election observers, I would, if I'm given the chance at IBC, I would really want us to follow the steps on how an election can be conducted for it to be very fair, free, and transparent, starting from the pre-election period, making sure that all the requirements are put in place, that voter registration, the civic education, making sure that even the political parties' nominees are appointed in the right manner, and linking it to the election period itself to see to it that starting from the polling station, there is no gap that is left. So everything should be seamless up to when the results have been tallied. And also coming now to the post-election to make sure that all that we have done, we have to look at it. Have we done it well? Is there anything that has not gone in the right way? Are there disputes? Is anyone disputing to this? And also, we'll make sure that with even involving our observers to come on board, we also have to accredit them so that they also have to manage what is supposed to be done.
Thank you. And my last question on this segment is that from a leadership standpoint, how does Article 73(1) of the Constitution inform the expected conduct of IEBC commissioners? I believe you know what Article 73(1) talks about. Okay, let me simplify it. The chapter on leadership and integrity.
Yes. The IBC commissioner, if I'm made a member, all of them actually supposed to be people who are doing things with a lot of integrity. They have to be very transparent and accountable for what is happening and be impartial.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Prof, I don't know whether you do have some other questions. Two more questions, please.
Sure, Chair. I know you have had so many milestones as we have recognized, but one of the highlights you have is that you are an educationist.
Yes.
And therefore, this is the session in which, through the chair, we ask what the chair calls high school questions that you are very familiar with. When I was in primary and I believe secondary, there used to be a saying, the flag followed the cross. Using that saying in the education sector, tell this panel which institution or organization incepted education in Kenya, and what role did the colonial government play thereafter between 1920 and 1945 in the education sector?
Education has, I must say, it has grown, and before before independence, education was not for all because there were categories. The elites.
Who brought education to Kenya? Which institution, which organization? In other words, before the colonial government, that's why I used the analogy, the flag followed the cross. So if you go to schools in Kenya, before the colonial government got involved, who was driving the education sector? Thirty seconds.
I must say, before the colonials came, education was being done by the society.
Okay, let me even break it more down.
Yeah.
Formal education, where you have schools. Before the colonial government got involved, which institution or organization was involved?
I think
Okay. 10 seconds at the end. Let me ask a different one.
yeah.
Which national park in Tanzania shares a border with the Masai Mara National Reserve?
The Serengeti.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Madam Ruth, we have come to the end of our questions for you. I don't know whether you have any comment or a question that you'd like to ask, any clarification, so that we can be able to close the process of the interview this morning.
First, to conclude, I would like to say that as from beginning, I'm grateful for being here and with the interview that you've taken me through. And I would like to say that if I'm given the chance to be a commissioner, I will, of course, I'll bring in my knowledge of education, the music, the protocol, and also the training to the IEBC as an organization, and also to the Kenyans. And I would like to say that I'm very grateful for being here, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Blessings to you. If you're traveling back to Vihiga or wherever, journey masses to you. We are grateful. The notebook and the pen are yours, and you'll find a gentleman at the door who has your documents. You hand them over to you. Thank you very much, and blessings. Asante. Thank you. Can you confirm if the next candidate is around? We only have one. Okay. Please bring them in kindly. Okay. My name is Nelson Makanda, and let me start by congratulating you for being shortlisted for the position of member of the IEBC Commission, for which you applied, and to thank you for showing interest in that same position that was advertised by this selection panel on behalf of Kenyans. I want to invite my colleagues here to introduce themselves. You do have a pen and a notebook, just in case you need to note something down. Linda, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Sadiki, good morning.
Good morning, Wakili.
My name is Linda Kiome, and I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for your interview this morning. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Bwana Sadiki, ujambo?
Sijambo, Mr.
Jina langu ni Bwana Andrew Tanui na karibu.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning, Wakili.
Caroline Kituku, karibu.
Asante sana.
Good morning, Bwana Bakari.
Morning, Prof.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of this selection panel.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Assalamu alaikum, Sadiq.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuh.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
MashaAllah, shukran.
Good morning, Mr. Bakari.
Morning, Balozi.
Karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
It's a pleasure.
Good morning, Bakari.
Good morning.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you.
Thank you so much.
Now we come to you, Mr. Bakari, and we ask that you introduce yourself to us, highlight those things that are significant for the role you applied for and for us to know. Mention whether you have any award or honor, and if you belong to any professional society or group. Karibu tafadhali. Asante.
Thank you, Chair, and the panelists. By the name of the Almighty, the most gracious and the most merciful, I want to, first of all, to thank the panels for seeing it fit for a son of the soil from Kilifi County to come before you today, to converse, to know each other, and most importantly, to get to know my plan for the IEBC. So before I introduce myself, Chair, I am able differently. I stammer a lot, but I will try to relax a lot so that I can be audible to all the panelists. So thank you. Chair, my name is Sadiki Mohammed Bakari. I was born 41 years ago in Kanjuni village, bordering Kilifi North constituency and Ganze constituency in Kilifi County. I attended my elementary education at Mzunguluni Primary School, and later joined a day school nearby because my father didn't have the money to take me to the provincial school that I had secured with my funds. So Sokok Secondary School is in Ganze constituency, and Mzunguluni is in Kilifi North constituency. So after that, I joined the university, Egypt University. I did my bachelor's degree in arts and social sciences, and social sciences, choosing economics and statistics. I graduated in 2007 from Egypt University, and I joined a research firm that was doing research surveys and evaluation surveys in Mombasa for donors like the World Bank, DFID, Danida, in matters maternal child health, youth and women development, advocacy and training. So in 2010, I joined the IEBC Interim Independent Electoral Commission as the Deputy Registration Officer of Ganze constituency, where I was deputizing the RO, who was also the County Elections Coordinator. So we handled the management of elections from, that is pre-referendum, during the referendum, and also after the referendum. So we managed all the voter registration, education, stakeholder engagement, and during the election we managed the tallying center, we managed communications, logistics, we managed to mitigate a lot of risks that were there. And after the election, we delivered a very credible referendum that day, and I learned after the very next day that I learned that normally the CECs take a flight to Nairobi to come and submit the results to the commission. So I was left alone. So I handled all the election materials back to the warehouse, securing them, and then later we also did the post-election evaluation, which I took part very well. So in 2011, because we were not absorbed by the commission, I went back to my to undertake a master's degree in social statistics, University of Nairobi. But before I went for my second semester, I also got another constitutional mandate opportunity with the Judges and Magistrates Vetting Board, where I was taken as a research officer. My main roles were collecting and analyzing complaints and compliments and reporting before the panel for vetting. And I also did the lifestyle audit for judicial officers, and this is where I acquired my integrity mantra, that integrity is that thing you do when you are alone. With a lot of good planning and organizational skills, I acquired myself other important roles in the board. The CEO seconded me to the senior management team as the secretary, and also gave me the role of transversing the whole country to plan and execute stakeholder engagements. I partnered with the CSOs, the media, special groups, NGAO, the county governments, special groups like PWD, and also, most importantly, that I sensitized our mandate to the prisons. I had the engagements with the inmates, sensitizing them about our mandate. And I thank God that we delivered a report in 2016 to the president when we accomplished the mandate. In 2017, I joined the county government of Mombasa, where I was the personal assistant to the deputy governor. Excuse me. Where I joined as the personal assistant to the office of the deputy governor. And apart from facilitating his constitutional mandate of being the principal assistant to the governor, as an M&D person, I was also able to supervise and manage, coordinate all the projects that were in his department, because he was also doubling up as the CCM for education, ICT, and Vision 2035. There are so many achievements that I achieved in coordinating CCMs and county chief officers. Notably, one of them I would mention here is that the current functional assignments that the county is using, I'm the one who coordinated their development. One time, the governor instructed the deputy governor to develop functional assignments in the county, and I took the role to coordinate with the national government, State Department of Personnel Management. They came, I coordinated all I did a task force for the county with the CCs and the county of chief officers who are very very contributive in making sure that the functional assignments are developed. And I can take humility and pride in that. And then in 2019, I joined the Public Service Board, where I currently sit as the Deputy Director, M&D, in charge of making sure that there's development of M&D plans for the work plans in all the directorates, M&D framework for the strategic plan, compliance. I make sure we adhere to the Constitution, to the County Government Act, to the functions of the board and the mandate, while making sure that we deliver public service to the people of Mombasa. And in this role, most importantly, I am also the secretary to the compliance committee and quality assurance committee at the board, where Chair, you told me to mention if there's any award that I've received. This one is not under my personal capacity, but I want to humbly take pride also, because I was one of the team that made sure that the board complied with the diversity the regulation. In the County Government Act, we are mandated that all the appointments that we do, not more than 30% should go to the non-dominant society. So we got an award with the National Cohesion and Integration Commission in 2023. And I'm proud of that. I'm also a trained and certified results-based management specialist, trained and certified by the International Training Center, which normally trains for the International Labour Organization. And I'm also a member of ECK, that is Evaluation Society of Kenya. I am also a senior manager trained by the Kenya School of Government. About what I'll do for IEBC, Chair, I'm bringing to IEBC 15 years of public service. Apart from being a statistician and a data expert, able to drive insights from big data to make policies for the public policies. I can also be very good in compliance management. I make sure I do policies that the IEBC will comply with and adhere to the statutes, the laws, regulations that they have also developed themselves. And we also, most importantly, I'm bringing a lot of experience in managing, planning, and executing stakeholder engagements in the whole country. So one of the things, Chair, if maybe you allow me, or maybe you can discuss when I'm engaging the other panelists, is the issue of results-based management in resource management in this country. Chair, in 2002, when President Kibaki took office as an economist in this government, we were discussing how the economy could be revitalized. And one of the things, the discussions that were going on during the economic recovery strategy, if you remember, was how we can make sure we can curb excesses in government, or how we can make sure that the public service is functioning optimally, and also we can make sure that mismanagement of funds in the government is curbed. So one of the things that I want to bring specifically in IEBC, Chair, is results-based management. Chair, there's no important thing in transparency and accountability to bring back the trust and confidence to the IEBC. We must be transparent and accountable to the operations of the IEBC across all board, across all the election cycle value chain, whether it will be in stakeholder management, civic education, and procurement processes, financial management, and all engagement with the stakeholders like the political parties, how we resolve our disputes and stuff like that. So I have a plan, which I already have a draft on results based on every program of election management. That is voter education, sensitization, stakeholder engagement, voter education, and most importantly, how to engage interactively with the youth and the agencies. Thank you, Chair. Maybe I can engage on the specific thing maybe later.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Sadiki, as a member of IEBC, what key skills and competencies do you think are essential for the entire team to execute their mandate?
Thank you, Wakil, again. The Constitution has given a specific background of the entire Commission. From law, legal background, management, public service administration, management. I think there are 4 or 5 requirements as background for NANIFO to be a member of IEBC. And for me, I'm looking at public administration and management. Starting from where I just left, I'm bringing results-based management into the IEBC. Wakili and the chair and the panelists, in 2004, I said when we were discussing about the economic strategy and also now to the Vision 2030, which is in its 4th medium-term plan, the country adopted a results-based management, M&D framework that was able to cover excesses and revitalize the public service performance. And results-based management, Wakili and the commissioner and the panels, is actually the attachment of the attachment of every input or resource to a verifiable output, outcome, or impact. Chair, the IBC mandate presents a very unique RBM model, which has a threefold mechanism. The voter being the beneficiary, the voter being the financier, and the voter being the stakeholder. As the beneficiary, IBC produces legislators that make policies for which go down and affect the life of the wananchi, of the voter. And secondly, as the financier, in every program, there's a donor. The voter and the wananchi donate taxes to the government.
Mr. Sadiq, not to mean to interject you,
sorry,
but just to guide you, I want you to relax. This is just an interactive session.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to know what are the key competencies and skills, that will be essential for the commissioners themselves. What do they require? What competencies do they require to have in order for them to work as a team? For the commissioners themselves.
Thank you for the guidance, Wakili.
Yes.
So one of them, I said they are the background that they should come from, their expertise and the background, like 5 that were mentioned in the Constitution and the Act. Secondly, as a commissioner, you should have prudent management skills of public resources, finance. You should also be an arbitrator, a person who can resolve disputes. You can by listening very well and analyzing the reason and the case. And also, thirdly, you have to be engaging to the stakeholders. Make sure that the women, CSOs, the special groups, the media is engaged constantly, so that they get feedback and they get updated to what the Commission is doing from time to time. And another thing is that we need to IEBC Commissioner, excuse me, you have to be able to integrate technology and be able to use technology to make it easy for the election management, results, transmission, and also one of the important things is that you have to be manager of the human capital in the IEBC. The staff of IEBC have done a lot of things. They have been able to deliver elections in this country. They have a vast experience, and going there as an IEBC commissioner, a new IEBC commissioner, you'll have to learn and make sure that you motivate this staff to
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sadiki. I wish you all the very best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Wakili.
Thank you. I want to invite Carol Kituku to ask you some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Sadiq, with your experience
Yes, Wakili.
in data and statistics,
Yes.
would you please share with us 2 or more key areas within the IEBC mandate where you think automation could either be introduced or improved? Automation of services or their work.
Thank you. That's more of a ICT and not a data, but I'll try
I
to.
mean, like ICT will have to be informed by that.
Thank you, Wakili, for that
Yeah.
question. Yeah, Wakili, as a data expert, there are so many things that you can do as, in policy using data. You make policies driven from the insights that you get from data. This data, there's the voter register. There's a big data that can draw insights from and make policies. There's also the voter turnout statistics that are very important. You can use them to draw policies of whether maybe a certain class or certain age group of voters in a certain area are affected by voter apathy than maybe a certain group a certain area. So one of if I come to automation, one of the things that IEBC can do is now using IT to transmit results, using IT also most importantly to what I will do is dashboards, which will be real-time update to the voters, automated with data that is trickling down from the constituents and from the country. During times like during continuous voter registration, how the CCs and the county election coordinators engage the public, the ground, because for me engaging the voters and the stakeholders in the ground is what is not being well communicated. They might be doing a lot of things right now. There's a notion that right now what they might be doing right now, because there's no voter registration going on, but they might be doing a lot of things that if it is automated and shown to the public using dashboards, the public might know that this is currently this is the place IEBC, and this is the update that we need, and how can we give feedback. So an automated approach would be in county elections office, in the IEBC offices. You can have also a dashboard. You can also have a dashboard in the IEBC website where it can be interactive and people can give back feedback and can be updated on daily operations of the IEBC. Yeah.
All right, a follow-up question.
Yes.
On your own expertise as M&D specialist, how would you use such a skill within the IEBC to ensure that there is feedback and evolution of IEBC processes.
Thank you, Akil. And in the Constitution, one of the mandates of IEBC is to facilitate observation, monitoring and evaluation of elections. I see I feel that only little has been done in this mandate. The IEBC has only, I think, done the processes of accreditation of observers and monitors. They've never gone ahead and done an M&D plan that is interactive to the public. So, luckily, let me just remind you, in the IEBC, in their while they were developing their strategic plan for 2015-2020, they acknowledged, I think I remember this in page 17 of that document, the SP 2015-2020. They acknowledged that the lack of results-based management, M&D framework, is the reason why they didn't achieve what they had intended to achieve in the previous strategic period. So in 2020 and 2024, they put as one of the key results area is to develop an M&D framework. So I will be one of the things that I'll do when I get the opportunity to join the IEBC, when I get to Anniversary Towers, is to make sure that I'm updated whether they have done this or not. And if they haven't, we sit down, we develop. So actually, just now to also answer your question, feedback is very important. And one of the things that I am introducing and also using the low-hanging fruits in the IEBC is on the election day. Luckily, on the election day, we can do feedback. And you see, if people are voting and they have cast their vote, I will introduce a system that after you cast your vote, maybe one clerk can get you to a system. You can have 3 or 4 or 5 questions structured to gather your feedback. Whether how satisfied are you with the elections today? Do you see any irregularities you want to report, and so on and so forth. We'll be discussing simple variables that we will be collecting, that will be guiding our engagement. That will be self-evaluation. So then after, as the results are trickling down to the tallying center, the feedback is also trickling down to the IEBC offices somewhere, so that we can be able to analyze, to give a report, and most important, to notice that we will be able to give these findings back to the public in those dashboards, in the website, and also in the national elections a dialogue forum that has never been done in this country. We don't. The IEBC has never engaged the voters at national level, and on the county level, we also can have maybe forums quarterly or semi-annual for the whole country, so that we can give them the feedback that they have given us, and tell them, look, you said this and this and this.
So for the interest of time, I think you have responded sufficiently.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And
thank you.
Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to invite Madam Koki to ask you some questions. Please, Koki.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Bakari.
Yes, what is?
You told us that you are a registration officer, deputy registration officer in the 2010 referendum
yes,
on
yes.
the draft constitution. Therefore, you must have experienced training of officials. I'm sure you also conducted training of your own.
Yes, yes.
And for registration officials. And also we realize, of course, in the IEBC, it's not just for registration. There's also training for voter education, training to conduct the elections, and all sorts of other training training programs that IEBC conducts. So if you become a member of IEBC, what measures will you advance to ensure that there is sustainability in the training process, that it's not wasted or lost, and it is, it carries on for future workers at IEBC? And also, how will you ensure that the officials are well trained? Think back beyond that, coming to the 2010 Constitution, we had the Kriegler Commission, we had lots and lots of recommendations on training when you respond to this question. First, how do we ensure sustainability? Second, how do we ensure election officials are well trained?
Yeah. One of the, like noted, Balozi, one of the recommendations of the Kriegler Commission was training on regular training of IBC staff, and also training on civic education. In 2010, the experience that I got is that these people who handle the clerks and the temporary staff who handle elections are not trained very well. I think there's not ample time to train them to handle elections. But most importantly, Balozi, is to have sustainability is first to anchor these training programs in laws and in the regulations. That is first. I will introduce. Then making sure that for them to be sustainable and to be effective, you anchor them also in the performance contracts of of our CECs. One of the things I introduced very importantly is to make sure that we have targets. How many people are trained, how many stakeholders are trained in the on the ground, how many CSOs have you trained, how many influencers, social media influencers have you partnered with on weekly basis, monthly basis, and annual. How many radio talk shows have you went through to the vernacular radio stations? And most importantly also make sure that there's an M&D framework to monitor the effectiveness of these training programs, because one there's a difference between having a training program anchored in the law, and there's also a sort of difference to make sure that it has been effectively implemented in the ground, so that stakeholders know how to engage public in civic education, so that we can give civic education that is very inclusive, progressive, and responsive to the needs of the voter, so that they can be satisfied and updated always that IEBC is doing this and this, and we can give feedback during these forums. And so it's a broad strategy that will come from institutionalizing it in the law and the regulations, and making sure that it is monitorable regularly and to the ground.
Thank you, Mr. Bakari. How just finally a small point.
Yes.
How do you anchor a training program in law and regulations?
We are the IEBC is apart from the act and the regulations that have been already stipulated, it has been also given the mandate to do the regulations for its daily implementation of election programs. So one of the things is you can make a regulation, you can make a policy, and make sure that I lobby my colleague commissioners to make sure they support, because one of the things that it is challenging implementation of policies is a leadership goodwill. So if I can lobby my colleagues to support these training programs and making sure that they are anchored into regulations, it will be a plus, and civic education will be effective in the ground.
Thank you, Mr. Bakari, and all the best.
Thank you, Balozi.
Thank you. I want to invite FCPA Tanvi to ask you some questions. FCPA, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Bakari.
Yes, Mhasibu.
The cost of elections have been a big discussion throughout this interview. Kindly identify for us 5 causes of these high cost of elections, or cost drivers, if I may put it that way. And using your data skills, data analysis skills, your results-based management, what proposals would you have to help in reducing the cost of elections in the 5 areas that you will have identified? Thank you.
Thank you, FCPA. Before I answer, I want to acknowledge also the IEBC Secretariat in their recent report, the post-election evaluation. They acknowledged that one of the researches that they did was to a survey to get to know why the high cost, to get to know the high cost drivers in election management. And one of the things that they acknowledge, you told me to them 5. One is technology. Technology is a very expensive thing, and so the other day that the CEO was before the parliamentary committee said that they were proposing to drop the current KIMS kit and procure others, because I think they are obsolete, or there are some functions that they cannot they cannot function again. So election management through technology is very expensive. Secondly, the operations of the election day, especially the HR function, employment of the temporary staff. During the 2022, I think we had over 560,000 temporary staff, and these are people who need training, their subsistence allowance, and some of the challenges we have in this country is that they can stay even after 1 month. They haven't been paid. So
yeah,
that is one of the things.
And then what I'm interested in is the solutions.
Okay.
So just mention that.
Okay, so technology. Thank you.
Yeah, and then the solutions is what I'm interested in.
Thank you, FSPA. So technology, I said in the first one, the election day, training and recruitment of temporary staff, security management, also is a cost driver, voter education, the civic education is also a cost driver, and also voter registration is a really high cost driver in management of elections in this country. So to your second part, you said how I can use my RBM model.
Yes, and your data analysis skills.
Thank you, SPA. I said earlier, it has not been the norm in this panel that you give a chance for a candidate to present maybe a PowerPoint. But like I said, I have some draft models that I have for each program in the IBC election management. So I start with the.
Give us highlights, just
yes,
highlights
yes.
of what.
I start with the. Okay, maybe I can just start with the one about education. About education is entails a lot of stakeholder engagement, and results-based management, like I said, is the attachment of input or resource to every to a verifiable output, outcome, and income and the meaning impact. So in voter education, we need to make sure we partner. We do first stakeholder. In the model, you do stakeholder analysis. You know your stakeholders. They'll be the political parties, the voter, and other stakeholders. That is for stakeholder analysis. And then you also for each stakeholder, what cap, what hat are they wearing? Is it are they beneficiaries? Are they stakeholders, just stakeholders? Are they financiers through taxes? And also, you develop KPIs for every stakeholder. What they need you to what they need to see to make sure what education has reached the local mwananchi. So there's a lot of data that is in the IBC, lying in the IBC, that I can draw a lot of insights from, like the voter register. I can be able to analyze and make sure and see what category of people is lacking behind in voter registering as voters. So we are able to put more of the finances in voter education in that particular group. So this will be, it will be a model that it will be interactive, comprehensive, and progressive, in that for every indicator we have data that supports this and is effective implementation, so that that particular stakeholder or that particular stakeholder can see that we were at this baseline, and now we have been educated, and what has happened is that this group of people have now more of them have registered as voters. We were at 20%, we are now at 30%. So and on technology, maybe I can just touch on technology. In technology, SPA, results-based management, technology is very expensive, and if we don't make sure that every technology, because we should analyze what type of technology will come and help us do what. And if it is a technology for the BVR keys for registration of voters, if it is the KIMS kit used during the election, we want to know the use of this technology, and what we can use as our funds to make sure that we only only procure technology that is helping us to solve a certain IT issue, also facilitate us to produce credibly and fair elections in a fair manner. And
I think that's okay. I think the two examples you've given are sufficient.
Thank you.
So I wish you well, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Masibu.
Thank you. I want to invite Evans Misati to ask you some questions. Evans, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Sadiki.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to ask you a very simple question.
Yes, thank you.
From statistics in the 2022 general elections, we had total registered voters around 14,200,000.
Total?
The total registered votes, 14 million.
Just 22 million.
Yes.
Not
Now,
14.
the ones who turned out to vote, around 14 million.
14, yes, yes.
Now, there are those who did not turn to vote, but they were not registered. When you had such a number, it becomes almost 16, 17 million. Now, in our democracy, how will you rate that? The number of people who turned out to vote vis-a-vis the number of people who are total who are reachable to vote in Kenya.
Thank you. The number of registered voters were 22 million. The number who turned out was 14 million.
Yes.
But
and there are those who did not vote because they were not registered. So when you totalize that,
that's like 7 million or 6 million.
yes.
We talk about the equality to vote and also the universal suffrage. When you have a bigger number of people who did not turn out as voters, you must know why they did not turn out to exercise the democratic right. And having a lot of people not turning out begs a question that maybe because the issue is the trust in IEBC and the confidence, and also the things that happen in the polling day, violence. People are afraid maybe they might be harmed. People think that the election results have already been declared somewhere. So one of the things
that's good. That's a good. That's good. Now, if you are given an opportunity and you are an IEBC commissioner, because this assumption that information in public, are you able to do anything to ensure that the information that Kenyans have out there is authentic in regards to that aspect of voting? Because why would somebody say he's not coming out to vote because he thinks elections have been declared somewhere? Because today, as a panel, we are conducting interviews today.
Yes.
But on social media yesterday, it was already showing that we had already completed the interviews and we have sent the names. So as a commissioner, what will you do to ensure that such information going out to the public in a negative way is averted?
Yeah, I thank you. One of the things, Chair, that is very important is, you see, this is why I ask myself so many questions. During election mood, the electioneering period, we have a lot of polls, and giving us some percentage that maybe 44%, of voters I think that IEBC will be credible in this election. So I think there's a need to make sure that we give information to the public. And one of the things that like I mentioned, I was talking to Wakili here, is self-evaluation. If you have data in your disposal that you are doing well, or that the percentage of the percent of people are getting outside, and then the IEBC offices is different from what you have. For example, what I said that I'll be able to make sure we self-evaluate ourselves through a feedback system. We will make sure that we give information to the public contrary to what is is maybe given by the media and the social medias, that is contrary to the image of the Commission. And I will make sure that we give this information constantly, because these people need to get the right information before they give out the wrong information. And it is very key that before because one of the things that in the election day is fake news. You can be told that a candidate has declared that they're not running again, and this is your candidate. You want to go to for election. People come to election day only to vote for one person, maybe MP, but because they have 6 ballots, they have to vote anyway on the other ballots. So, if any intimidation and false news they get in the very morning, they might as well not turn out to vote. So there are a lot of things that cause apathy to voters. So fake information, intimidation, violence, mistrust to IEBC, and so many.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I want to ask Ms. Fatuma Saman to ask you some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sadiq, please tell the panel why stakeholder mapping is so essential in managing elections. Why is stakeholder mapping very important in managing elections?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Stakeholder mapping is very important in the election, the civic education and voter education. In that you will know, when you do stakeholder the mapping, you will know which stakeholder needs what kind of information, and what also secondly you will know which stakeholder can be found using what mechanisms. If it is the social media, if for youth you can use social media, for people who are women and disability you can use other mechanisms. So social stakeholder mapping is very important, because you will know if it is CSOs, how well can you engage them, the systems and the mechanisms that you're going to engage them. If it is PWD, they have their own ways of being engaged. That is be effective, and also if it is if they are women and other special groups like the youth, you can engage them through the social media. So having stakeholder mapping is essential, like data collection. It's a data collection tool that will make you know that a certain stakeholder, I am maybe, for example, the kind of information that you are going to give to your youth who has a lot of information from the social media is not the information that you can give to women, because every different kind of stakeholder has some deficit information. So you will know by how much can I make sure that I engage political parties? By how much can I make sure that I engage women? By how much can I make sure that I engage the youth? And it is also important, but that you'll be able to know how much resources you want to put into this exercise, because every stakeholder engagement it is very costly. And some of the things that you will realize when you do stakeholder mapping is that you can use some low-hanging fruits that can never be as cost as it could have been if you had not done the mapping. So a situation like social media, perhaps, like the youth in this country, don't want to be told. These days, they want to be heard. So where do we meet them? We meet them in the social media spaces. And like I said, I gave an example of the performance contracting that I'll propose the targets that the CCs will be signing, is that they will have to do partnerships with the social media influencers to get the youth. So you'll do this, all the strategies and targets. You'll make them after you've done the stakeholder mapping, so that you know how much you can budget, and by how much the deficit is needed of information to this stakeholder as opposed to this other stakeholder. So thank you. I think I've answered your question.
Yes, you have.
Sorry, I stammer a lot, so.
It's okay. I've gotten everything you said.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I wish you well. Back to you, Chair.
Excellent. Shukran.
Thank you. I want to ask Nicodemus Bode to also ask you some questions. Nicodemus, please.
Thank you, Bakari. From I saw you went to a school in Kilifi. It's called Sokote.
Yes, Sokote Secondary School. It was
and it is a very it's a low school in Kilifi.
It was even lower when I attended than
and
now.
You scored a B.
Yes, and with mathematics, A in mathematics. And I scored also an A in mathematics in primary school.
Yes.
I'm very proud to mention that, because it is the background and the fundamental foundation of my statistics and M&E career, as today we speak.
So that is, I want to congratulate you for that, coming
Thank
from
you.
that very low school and scoring a B.
Thank you.
I'm sure you had been given a chance, and if your parent had enough resources to go to a provincial school that you had been invited, maybe you'll have scored better.
Can you imagine I was the first one?
In Sokote Secondary School?
Yeah,
or in Kilifi?
that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, you also informed the panel that you worked with the judicial
Judges and Magistrate Vetting Board.
And judges
and Magistrate
Vetting Board.
Yes, sir.
Where you worked in vetting the judges, in assisting as a research assistant.
Yes.
And among the roles that you went through is to look at what the judges have in terms of resources and how they acquired it.
Yes, that's we call it a lifestyle audit.
Lifestyle audit.
Yes.
Now, what are the legal and ethical requirements for public officers such as IEBC commissioners regarding financial disclosures and conflicts of interests?
Thank you. I hold so dearly close to heart the mandate that we accomplished at the board. It was a very unique mandate. Never has it been done that time that people had, judicial officers had been vetted to find their stability or otherwise to continue serving or be dropped from the system. So one of the things that a public officer, one of the things that there's a Public Officer Ethics Act 2003 that you should make sure you declare your wealth. When I go to IEBC, I think the first thing is that I will declare my wealth, so that I know subsequently the years that I have accrued, it will be known that Sadiq came with 2 million and he now has 20 million from the salary. So that's one of the things. Then as far as conflict of interest, when you are required by the PFM Act that you disclose your conflict of interest, and also in the Public Procurement Disposal Act, you must declare your conflict of interest when you are handling some business that you are an interested party, or you know the person who may be the ones that maybe it is tender or something else. So there are laws that are governing public officers to the constitution, ethics, that integrity. There's also chapter 10 of Article 10 and 232 of the Constitution, which also hold very dearly, because in the county currently I'm the one who does compliance analysis for declaration of wealth and liabilities, and report to the county assembly biannual. We do survey, make sure we report to the assembly by how much the public service in the country has complied with these regulations. So it is a very important thing that I held to my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, and all the best, boss.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. I invite Professor Adams to ask you some questions, Prof.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Sadiki.
Professor.
Looking at the IEBC's constitutional role, how should a commissioner, that is if Sadiki was to be a commissioner, contribute to long-term national cohesion beyond elections? In other words, in Kenya we see election ends and a new polarization starts. Does the commission have any role in ensuring?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So in making to contribute to long-term national cohesion, the most important is the safe integration and cohesion in the commission. You see, we if I got the nod of this panel, I will be the commissioners come from different backgrounds, and everyone is an expert in their own way. I will be an expert from M&D and RBM. The chair of the House will be a legal person, expert. Then another one, finance and stuff like that. So we have our background that if we continue, make sure that we integrate well, because they make sure that you don't. They say you don't wash your linen in the public. If there are any disagreements, you solve them in-house, so that you make the public know that you are still a team, and you can manage the elections or subsequent elections that are coming next. Secondly, is making sure that you hold stakeholder engagements with all the different stakeholders, especially the political parties. It's very necessary for them to be in sync with the functions and the mandate of the commission, and they should know that the commission is there to facilitate their causing success, because we are not there to just get legislators and leaders elected, but we also there to preserve integrity and cohesion in this country. And also one of the things also is through legal regulations. You can, if there's need be, you can propose some amendment to maybe the act or to some regulation that some strings need to be strengthened, so that cohesion can still prevail in this country. And maybe one other thing, Prof, is to realize that by the end of the day, what is important is the life of everyone in this country. and you are a facilitator of coexistence, good governance, and integrity and trust, and people should have always confidence in what you do.
Thank you. My last question on this segment.
Yes.
Imagine again that you are a commissioner and you are tasked with leading national stakeholder forums in the post-election period. How would you ensure that marginalized voices shape the next electoral cycle? That marginalized voice could be the youth, it could be the women, it could be the disabled, it could be people in far-flung areas where communication and infrastructure is not there. How would you?
Thank you, Prof. During this stakeholder, you said national forum. First of the things that you make sure is that those who the participants of that national forum are many of them are the youth, or you have a good number of representatives from the youth, special groups, women, and the disability. And that is one. You make sure people come for that, and you mobilize in the ground that people should come and should be present during that forum. Secondly, you you make sure that because there are some groups which find it very hard to get on board, like the PWDs. PWDs has been a very and talking from a background of information, like now I'll give an example, Prof. Currently, we only have 1% of employees in the county living PWD, and I've managed to convince the board that the next subsequent recruitment, I will headhunt PWDs during the recruitment. Going to the council, asking them if you have people who are in this background, who want employees from this background. So you must make sure that you headhunt, and you make sure you do a mobilization of all those groups. Then as a commissioner, you must make sure that you lay out strategies in the commission and the policies that resonates to these special groups, and also most importantly, during party nominations, you make sure that these groups are represented, and they can get their chance to be voted, and also to give their views in this country.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. Ask your last two questions, please.
Sadiq Muhammad Bakari. Monitoring and evaluation is one of your fortes.
Yeah, I try as much as possible.
So normally, the ideal situation is you have monitoring and evaluation being treated as a concept, as one concept. But of course, there are distinguished elements. So can you just tell us in brief, what's the difference between monitoring and evaluation? What does monitoring entail? What does evaluation entail?
Thank you, Prof. The misconception is there, and I think before I answer, the worst misconception is that it is being held as audit. M&A officers always are being taken as auditors. and victimize us. But we are support. We support the functions of public service delivery. So the monitoring and evaluation, monitoring proof is a consistent collection of data to guide you to know that you are on track in implementing and in getting what you had targeted earlier. And then evaluation now is not continuous. It may be midterm, same annual or something like that, so that you evaluate yourself, you look back, what can I learn? Can I replicate my lessons, the good lessons that I've learned, or can I drop some of the things that I've done that have not been effective?
Thank you. My last question. Name 2 African countries that are islands or made up of islands.
I think Madagascar is Seychelles, I think.
Are you done?
Madagascar.
Are you withdrawing Seychelles?
No, I think the 2.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Bwana Bakari. Tunashukuru wakati ambao tumekuwa nao. Sijui kama uko na swali ama jambo lolote la kusema.
Thank you, Chair. One is to appreciate. I don't take it for granted to be among the people who have come before you to seek this opportunity. You said I saw in the media that we were over 1,300 applicants, and you saw it fit that someone from Kilifi can come and also present themselves. Secondly, I want to urge the public and my fellow Kenyans that trusting in a process is a very difficult thing, but it's also another thing to speak that you don't trust something. You know, you can have your views and you stay with them. As you get enough data to make sure you have the facts. And also, it's also one thing to echo when you don't have the facts. So we trust that this process is fair, and it will give IEBC a new face. And most importantly, my contribution will be making sure through RBM that IEBC can be trusted again with using constant, inclusive, responsive and progressive engagement constantly on the ground, so that people see a new face, people see a new brand of IEBC, people can resonate themselves with the IEBC and their functions, and also confident that whatever IEBC does with their taxes is to the best interest of them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Blessings to you. You find your certificates with the gentleman at the door. Feel free to pick the notebook and the pen. They are yours. Asante.
Thank you very much. Mchana mwema.
Safari njema. Asante.
Asante.
You want a break or next? Break, thank you. Okay. So we do break. And we'll be back at 11:10. Thank you. On Monday morning to check out on Monday. Defense, I'll ask you. Then Monday morning. introduce themselves to you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Linda Kiome, and I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for your interview session. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Asante.
Bwana Athman, jambo.
Salama.
Naitwa Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa jopo hili la uteuzi.
Ndio.
Na karibu.
Asante.
Good morning, Mr. Athman.
Morning.
Caroline Kituku, karibu.
Asante.
Good morning, Said.
Morning, Prof.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of this selection panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
My name is Nicodemus Bore.
Salam wa rahmatullah.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Good morning, Mr. Mutwana.
Thank
Na
you,
karibu,
Balozi.
karibu sana.
Thank you.
My name is Koki Muli Grigno, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Said.
Morning.
My name is Evans Misati.
Thank you.
I'm a member of the selection panel, and we welcome you.
Asante.
We now come to you, sir, and we ask that you introduce yourself, highlight those things in your profile that you think are significant for us to note, but also important for the role you have applied for. Let us know if you belong to any, if you're a member of any professional group, and if you have received any award in the course of your career and life. Kindly proceed. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and the panelists, and thank you for providing me this opportunity. I will just, in the time given, handle it in three parts. First of all, I do have a master's in planning, regional and urban planning, that I think would be relevant to this particular assignment. I do have a degree in building economics, and I'm a registered quant surveyor. Therefore, that does bring attributes of quantitative analysis and quite a bit of also legal drafting and interpretation. I attended the Saraheboy Center, known for character building, and I come from Voi, where I attended the primary school. Apart from that, my career spans three sectors. I began as a professional in the conserving profession, working for one of the largest firms, and then went to private practice. After which, during which period, then there was a clamor for reforms, and belonging from one of the associations, the Architectural Associations of Kenya, which is a member of the APSEA, where CPA Tanui comes from. We engaged the reform movement at that time. So as a young professional, I did engage in the reform movement at that time. That took me to what I would call the people sector, the development sector. So I worked in the development sector, two major institutions. One was Northern Aid, at that time the largest institution working for Northern Kenya, and later on I became the chief executive of a large consortium called the Consortium for the Empowerment and Development of Marginalized Communities, a consortium of 46 organizations representing the minorities, the urban slum dwellers, and the hunter-gatherers, through which again we engaged in the reform movement. I'll come back to that period. And then I joined the government 2008 as a Secretary for Culture, and that was just 2 years before the new constitution. So I did participate at that particular moment in the reform movement from a public sector perspective, and pushed some of the articles that are there. And then I had my first tour of the housing department as a house secretary, where I led the initiative on the housing policy and the first housing survey for Kenya that sees what we are now currently witnessing. And then I moved to the mining sector as a mining secretary, and that was following the famous Golden Bag scandal. So we restructured together with the rest from a policy perspective and legal and regulations what you currently see in the mining sector. At that time, I was one of the drivers. And then from mining, I went to the tourism sector for perhaps the largest period I've served, because I was requested by that time to move the sector. And some of the reforms that did, particularly during the COVID period, is what is the result we're seeing now, the upcoming with the tourism sector. I rejoined or called to this as a housing secretary to 2023, and I'm currently one of the leaders for the affordable housing program, which I believe is one of the most transformative program for our country. What I would want to say is that when I was in the people sector, I also had the privilege to be one of the people that led to the formation of what was known as the Ufungamano Initiative. Very few people are aware that that initiative was started by two women, the late Honorable Phoebe Asio and Julia Ojiambo. So at that time, the country was at a standstill following the stalled review process. So these two nationalistic ladies came to the religious sector. I was part of it. And they requested the religious community to intervene at that moment. So together with them, we went to approach then the late Bishop Bakari, the late Bishop Mwananzeki, Bishop Ndamburi, and the Muslim leadership, Prophet Abdul Ghafur Said, and the Ufungamano Initiative was born. And as we are all aware, the Ufungamano Initiative was the precursor to the IPPG and the IPPG reforms that took place at that moment. And then, of course, in the same period, because the religious community was getting together, then we went further to establish what is now known as the Interreligious Council of Kenya, again, which has played a very major role, and some of the panelists here represent that. So I believe in that people sector, it did provide me with needed skills, consensus building, conflict resolution, and trying to reach a national consensus, which is there. I'm a member of the Architectural Association of Kenya. I'm registered with the Board of Registration for Architects and Conservators. I'm a member of Kenya Institute of Management. I've been very privileged to get 4 awards in the way I have served. I've been a very long-standing member of the St. John Ambulance, at one stage as a volunteer, and at one stage I was its CEO. So I was awarded by the Queen as a serving brother of St. John Ambulance. As a young person in school, I got the highest award in scouting. That time it was called the Lion Scout, or now it's called the Simba Badge. And the President's Award Scheme, I got the bronze, silver, and gold award. And in 2008, the President gave me an award, an honor of the Elder of Burning Spear. Interesting, that was not for the work I was doing in government, because I just joined government. It is for the work that I had done in the people sector. So my citation for the Elder of the Burning Spear was for the work that I had done prior to joining government. So, Mr. Chairman, I think that for this particular privileged position, if I was chosen, I bring skills of consensus building, skills of planning, skills of resilience in character, and skills of being the ability to think beyond self. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Where would you want to leave very promising sector, housing secretary, to become a commissioner?
I think, Mr. Chairman, I feel that my period, and as I spoke, you realize that the work I did in the people's sector was actually unpaid for work, you know, apart from where I was being employed. I think the commission is what gives the biggest promise for the realization of the sovereignty of the people. And I think that at this moment in time, it will be good for me to make a contribution towards that particular, this particular institution. Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Said, you have indicated that, and rightly so, you serve as a housing secretary in the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. Now, what skills, no, actually, if you're appointed as a member, what relevant experience, because you've already talked about the skills that you have as you were introducing yourself, what relevant experience do you bring to the table as an IEBC commissioner?
Thank you very much for the question. I think the experience, first of all, I give is in terms of leadership, policy. I have been in the policy domain for the last 15 years. Policy generation, policy formulation, and policy implementation, the skill that is needed at this moment in time. And policy, of course, it goes to both constitutional policy, legislative, and regulative. So that's one skill that I bring. And we have served also leadership, away from management. I've served in top leadership positions, leading institutions, leading departments. I think that experience spanning over 20 years will be useful to this particular this position. Thank you.
Are you a team leader or a team player?
I think both, because when you are a leader, you lead people, you inspire people towards a given objective, but you have to be a team player, you have to demonstrate the fact. So I'm both. A team player when I'm not leading, and as a commissioner, you are really a team player, because there's a leader, but some stage leadership qualities will be called upon to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Said, and I wish you the very best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, I want to ask Caroline Kituku to ask you some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Thman. The dispute resolution mechanisms of IBC. You see, you are a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, right? So you know something about dispute resolution. So what are the key areas that IBC normally gets involved in on disputes?
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Kituku, for the question. I think mainly IBC gets involved in dispute resolutions arising from political parties, disputes that arise from political parties in terms of nomination of candidates, either for the elections or for the party lists that are there. So mainly that will be but those disputes, of course, as per the law and the constitution, excludes election petitions and disputes arising after the elections. But the main disputes are largely contestation on party nomination and contestation on a members list. And also, of course, when I don't know whether that's a dispute or not on issues of registration of members. Yes.
That, I think, is more of a complaint, complaint on voter registration. So, the nomination disputes, as you say, at what point does IBC get involved, and what is the mandate of the IBC in settling nomination disputes?
I think the dispute for parties, the IBC will get involved at the stage whereby they have exhausted the party mechanism of dispute resolution, and then they have come forward to IBC. That will be the stage in which the IBC will get involved, but they must exhaust the mechanisms within the different political parties.
So let's go back to the petitions, the election petitions. You rightly said that IBC does not have mandate or the jurisdiction to deal with such disputes. So normally they go to the court process. So what can you, from the two presidential petitions that have been there, 2017, 2022, what are the main things that we get to see from how the court conducted that, and what lessons do we draw from them?
Presidential?
Yes, in regard to the mandate of IBC to resolve disputes.
Presidential or generally?
Presidential, the two of them, 17 and 2022.
Yeah, I think from the two elections that came in, as far as the mandate of IBC is concerned, what came through that was really the adherence to the constitutional principles, which was the courts went very deep into the interpretation about whether the IBC responded to the issues of accuracy, issues of verification, issues of transparency for those. And the court also questioned IBC about its procedures and its processes in the handling of those elections. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to invite Koki Muli to ask you some questions. Madam Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Mutwana, I know it sounds funny calling you that, Saidat man. Voter education is very important in the process of elections, but it's very special with regard to IEBC because it is very much aligned with what IEBC does. However, IEBC has not been very successful in reaching out to marginalized communities and marginalized people, including women, persons with disability, marginalized regions of Kenya, youth, who are the majority of potential voters and voters in Kenya. If you become a member of the IEBC, you will have to address this comprehensively and almost immediately. So, can you think of innovative voter education programs that will target these marginalized communities? Just list them and then say, for example, how they will sustainably and effectively reach these marginalized communities.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think, again, voter education is one of the most undeserved and unserved areas of within our electoral cycles with the consequences that we have seen, and more so for the marginalized communities. Indeed, within the survey that took place, people did mention about voter education as one of the key interventions that requires to be done with the incoming commission. For the marginalized communities, first of all, voter education, although it is supposed to be a continuous exercise, it is actually an election event currently with the IBC. So therefore, even for the general public, the far you can reach is very limited because you only do it during elections. So you can imagine the ones that are the marginalized, how much more they suffer. Secondly, it is heavily underfunded. I was talking last week to one of the IBC staff in terms of the voter education, and you'd find that if you give something like 3,500 shillings per word for voter education before an election, what that would mean. So in terms of the marginalized communities then, what you need to, because resources are scarce, what I think first of all is that you can use technology as one of the ways of reaching out to the people the way they are doing it within the educational sector. You can use digital, for example, in terms of you can have apps. The internet penetration in our country is quite strong currently. We are one of the countries that got internet penetration, of course, with the limitation in the marginalized communities. You also, I think, developing an infrastructure of grassroots organization, voter education or civic education grassroots networks that are there on a permanent basis. And the inclusion of voter education or electoral education within our curriculums, because it's part of a civic responsibility of citizens. So if you include that as part of our curriculum when they are doing civic lessons, that will assist in a major way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Said Athman, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Chair, thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask FCPA to ask you a question. FCPA, please.
Thank you, Chair, and Bwana Athman, karibu tena.
Asante.
Now, you've told us you have consensus, building skills. You've talked of planning, leadership, policy. So from where you sit, what governance structures and professional values will help you as a commissioner, if considered at IPC, to work together with your colleagues? What structures should be in place, and what professional values should you have that will help you as a commissioner to work with the rest of your colleagues? Thank you.
Thank you very much, FCPA Tanui. I think in terms of structures, that again is a collective responsibility. But we need to build structures that encourage trust amongst the various components of IBC, trust between trust within the commission, and trust between the commission and the management. Also, in terms of, I don't know whether that is structure, but the processes that you do, you require to have several frameworks in which you meet so that you talk to each other in a very honest manner. The kind of values that we are looking for.
So what are those mechanisms, the structures that you need to have? at IEBC? Examples, you can give examples that we need to have these.
Yeah, of course. First of all, because given the mandate, you require to have the committees, of the functions of the mandate of the committee, the functions of the committee, as it currently is, perhaps they need to be reviewed. You put it in the various committees that are there, that deal with the particular functions that are there, that drive various functions of the IBC, and then of course you also need to have those functions being monitored, those functions being audited, those functions being evaluated, and the values that you bring, first of all, is professionalism as a value. You're required to bring the value of being honest to the mandate of the IBC. You follow the law, you follow the constitution, decision making within the IBC, and I think that's one of the challenges may be there. Required to be decision making that is transparent, decisions that are explained to the public and are owned by the public. You're required to have also in terms of mechanisms in which the differences do not get out to the public. You have internal conflict mechanisms within the institution such that wrangles don't go out. You also require to have an open policy, communication policy with the public for what you do and the actions and the decisions that you have made. Yeah.
Thank you, Manathman, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to invite Evans Misati to ask you some questions. Evans, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Said, I also want to ask you a question related to the information that goes out to the public.
Yeah.
When IEBC engages the public, they can give them information, particularly on the mandate of the IEBC as per Article 88(4) of the Constitution. And they can also give them information about the arms of government and their roles, the elected leaders, their roles in legislative representation and oversight. Among that information, which one of them falls under further education and which one of them falls under civic education?
I didn't get the question.
I'm saying when IEBC is giving out information to the public, they can tell them about the mandate of the IEBC, what they're supposed to do. And they can also tell them about the arms of government, the roles of the elected leaders. So that's part of them is civic and further education. So which one of them is further education and which one of them is civic education?
Yeah, I mean, I think the one about the role of IBC and about the elections, that would be, and what you do during the elections and all that, that would be voter education. But the other one about different arms of government, how they relate, that would be more of civic education.
Yeah, that's good. So if you are given an opportunity and you are an IEBC commissioner, please give 2 or 3 activities you give priority in preparation for the 2027 general elections.
Oh, yeah. I think the first priority is to resolve the issue of boundary delimitation. That has become a crisis at the moment, so that requires to be resolved one way or the other, so that it is not the Commission is not in default. The next thing is, of course, primarily dealing with the issues of the register, the register of elections. There are immediate things to be dealt with, the by-elections that require to be tackled. But I think towards 2027, which is a fairly short period of time, doing the necessary electoral reforms that will facilitate 2027 will be important. And for me, where I sit, I think that creating public confidence and trust within IBC is the single most biggest investment that the new team needs to do.
How can they do that, the building of the confidence? Which specific activities can they do to ensure that they build the confidence of the public?
I don't think there's a single activity that needs to be done.
Any that they can do to build the confidence? If you are a commissioner.
I think the first thing is to communicate openly to the public, to be extremely transparent of what you do, to accept the mistakes that are there, and of course the biggest trigger for that thing will be the good work that you guys have done, basically, because the outcome from this will contribute in a major way towards that confidence. Thank you.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask Fatuma Saman to ask you some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chair. Said, reflecting on the last elections, how would you improve the inclusivity in future when it comes to stakeholder involvement processes at the IEBC?
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I think I would open up the processes of IBC much more than they were done, because they did very well. In me, having looked at various elections, I think the transparency level were much higher, in my opinion. But I think around the issues of technology, how the technology was procured, how the technology was operating, that became the biggest contention at those times. And also the workings inside IBC, the decisions, because again the challenge was on the decisions that was made either by the chairman and the rest. So I would open up, create greater transparency, and make sure at every stage of at every step you are doing that the stakeholders are included, and the stakeholders are given opportunity to provide feedback at every stage, so that they are part of the journey that you walk towards the elections. So that's what I would do differently. Just create greater transparency, allow the stakeholders, of course, giving the necessary distance that is there of a conflict of interest, but allow the stakeholders to see and be part of those processes that you do. And even if need be, certain critical processes are audited externally by those stakeholders. Thank you.
Apart from your previous experiences in the transform process, leadership and all that, your skills as a survey person and planning, would they in any way contribute to the boundaries delimitation? Do you see anything you could do around that?
Yes, thank you very much. I think as urban and physical planning is really around planning spaces, bearing in mind geography of the area, population of the area, communities of the area. That's a core skill that I think would be needed at that particular thing, whether with me or anybody else. It's a core skill that I think I would bring to this table. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I wish you well. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Nicodemus to ask you some questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Said, from a leadership perspective, how does Article 73(1) of the Constitution inform the expected conduct of IEBC commissioners?
That's on leadership.
Yes.
And integrity. I think the commissioners are state officers, and we do have a very articulative and robust articulation of leadership. That leadership is a trust, basically, that is given to a person, basically. So I think when you are a commissioner, this trust is even much more, because the trust, the outcome of that trust can make or break the nation, you know, and all those things that are articulated there, that you despite the fact that you may be having a different inclination, what you are called to do here is to serve beyond self. Basically, you are not a ruler, you are not a boss. You know, you are just a custodian, and you are just a vehicle to achieve, to realize the aspirations of Kenyans. So that article and the provisions that are there, like for example, when it says that you have to be honest in your duties and declare where your personal thing conflicts with the public. I think it places a very high bar. So if I will be in the commission together with colleagues, I think we'll try and see how we can articulate that, and how that can be measured, and how mechanisms within ourselves we can put it to hold ourselves to account, basically. Having mechanisms so that when one of us falters, can bring back, or we can measure ourselves on a regular basis, how collectively we live towards that, those standards.
Thank you, boss, and all the best.
Thank you.
Professor Adam Solo, please.
Thank you, Chair. Buenas Said.
Yes.
Imagine you are a commissioner. Don't even imagine, suppose we were to make you a commissioner, and you are expected to give strategic guidance. Said as man a commissioner, what mechanisms would you use as a commissioner to provide strategic guidance while preserving the operational autonomy of the Secretariat?
Thank you very much, Prof. I think that speaks to the different roles between the Secretariat and the Commission. I think strategic guidance in this particular case refers to the broad direction within which the organization is supposed to go, the bigger milestones that are supposed to be achieved, to transform to operate within the Commission, as opposed to day-to-day operations. You leave the day-to-day operations to the management of the Commission. That's there. So the strategic guidance under oversight role refers to policy direction that you provide.
Thank you. My last question on this segment. Still Commissioner Mutwana Said Athman. You are a commissioner, and you become aware that another commissioner, your colleague, has manipulated election data to benefit one candidate or one political party. how would you handle this ethically? It's a hypothetical question.
Yeah. It will be very unfortunate, but I hope by then we'll have established strong internal controls, strong standard operating procedures, and what you have just mentioned constitutes an election offense, basically. Yeah, really, that does constitute an election offense. So by that act itself, the person who has done that has exposed themselves. But within the commission, you have to demonstrate that you have got procedures. Once something like that happens, that you go through, first of all, in terms of correcting the anomaly, and also in terms of consequence management of the person who has done that. So what we require to strengthen here are the internal procedures for to ensure that that is caught up early enough so that you correct the issue, that manipulation, while allowing the consequence management to take place. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Uthman, just before I come to Professor to ask you the last two questions, you're a 5 times state secretary in 4 different state departments, about 17 years or something like that going. It looks like there are good areas you can serve Kenyans. I'm still asking my question. This is a very onerous place and task you are seeking. What is it in you that is going to help us fix these elections so that you must move from you are at the top of the civil service. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, as you have rightly said, maybe then, if it were the next level is purely appointive and is being a PS, and that's in the hands of other people, not in my hands, basically. But also because I've served, as I've said, I've served in the private sector, I've served in the people sector. Actually, my joining government was having aspiration that I would be able to change certain things within the policy environment of government. And the 3-4 departments I've been in, I've been able to do so. So I think for me, it is more of a service. When you talk about what are you leaving behind is in terms of person. You are leaving like creative, that's person. But this is not person. It's not benefit to the person. It's contribution to the country. As I've shared with you, Chair, and that the fact that I did contribute in my earlier life towards the Fungamano Initiative, towards the establishment of the Intelligence Council, these institutions that are now playing a great role, I think it's a natural thing to want to make other significant contribution in the country. Thank you.
Professor, please.
Chair, through you, can I just follow up something?
Yes, please do. Please do.
If I ask my 2 questions.
Please do. Yes, please do follow up. Yes.
Said Athman, I see that you are 59. So naturally, you would retire at 60.
Yes.
Is this position that the chair is asking you a retirement?
No.
Settlement?
I think it's a good question, and I want to say that I actually applied for the first panel that was there. And
I confirm.
Yes, and I want to really thank the chair, Bwana Masati, and Commissioner Fatma for leaving to the national calling and holding that process, basically. So it began 2023, long before that period. It's got nothing to do with the with that thing. But even beyond, the work I've done has been continuous work over a long period of time. Thank you.
Thank you. I now go to the session the chair calls high school questions. And one of the areas you first served in government was in culture and heritage. So I take you to what I would call your domestic. Which African country is known for its ancient pyramids apart from Egypt?
Oh, I was going to say Egypt.
And I knew you would go there.
Wow, ancient pyramids, I think maybe
30 seconds.
Maybe Algeria?
My last question, which might not be very much in your mainstay, but I still make its on geography and landmarks.
Yes.
Name 2 African countries whose territory form part of the Sahara Desert. There are many, but just mention 2.
I think it must be Chad and Sahrawi Republic.
Chad and?
Sahrawi Republic.
Do you want to try another one?
Algeria.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is Sahrawi a republic?
It's a contentious one.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you want to make your final comments? And if you have any question, please.
No, I think Chair and the members really it's been nice. First of all, I need to express my admiration for this panel. I think from where I sit, you have raised the bar in terms of scrutiny for public candidates. That I hope that subsequent organs that do the same. And I wish you all the best in the work that you are doing. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Thank you for coming and for the session we have had. We wish you well in this pursuit. Just to acknowledge that you have served for those many years in public sector, but we have received no memo on you. It speaks to who you are as a person, and we appreciate that very much. It's a good example. So we wish you well. You have your documents. Gentleman at the door will give them to you. The notebook and the pen are yours. Blessings to you. Thank you. Asante. Thank you. Who is the next? Okay, our next candidate is Saida Ali. Yeah. Saida Ali Aden. Okay, thank you. Welcome, Madam Saida Ali Aden. Karibu na uketi tafadhali. Please sit. Madam Saida, my name is Nelson Makanda. I'm the chair of this selection panel. Allow me to thank you for showing interest in the position that we advertised, but also congratulate you for being shortlisted for the position that you applied. We will basically have a session of interaction with you to get to know you and assess your suitability for the position that you applied. But before that, let's get to introduce ourselves. Linda, please.
Good afternoon, Saida.
Afternoon.
My name is Linda Kiome. I am the vice chair of this selection panel, and I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for your interview session. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Saida, ujambo?
Sijambo.
Jina langu ni Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante.
Saida, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Caroline Kituku, welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Saida.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. I'm still in the morning, sorry. My name is Adam Solo. I'm a member of this selection panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Saida.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Assalamu alaikum, Saida.
Wa alaikum salam.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Aiden, and karibu sana.
Asante.
My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Saida.
Afternoon.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you.
Thank you.
Now we come to you, and we would like you to introduce yourself, highlight those things in your profile that are significant for us to note, but also that are important for the role you have applied for. Mention if you're a member of any professional group or society, and if you have received any award in the course of your career or life. Karibu sana, and we take note that the members of the gallery that you came with, we appreciate their coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson, Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the panel. I am Saida Ali Aden. I hail from Mandera County. I am a finance, policy, and governance professional with over 13 years' experience in financial administration, strategic advisory, and institutional oversight. My commitment to accountability, transparency, and ethical leadership align seamlessly with the core values of IEBC. And I will be excited and eager to contribute my expertise in governance, financial management, stakeholder engagement, and risk management to uphold the credibility and integrity of Kenya's electoral processes. Before I embark on my professional qualifications and professional experience and academic qualifications, I'd like to tell you something particularly interesting about my academic journey. Growing up, I was the kid who was obsessed with anatomy. I used to read anatomy books for fun. I was obsessed with medicine, not just the science, but the purpose behind it. However, through the influence of my family and being introduced to business from a very early stage, I grew a liking for numbers, and I pivoted more towards finance. To my surprise, I found in finance a discipline that is equally intellectually stimulating and rigorously fascinating to the depths I once saw in medicine. And this ultimately led me to pursue a PhD in finance. And today I'm ecstatic that I will get to be the doctor I've always dreamt in becoming, but a doctor in finance. I like to tell this story because...
Congratulations.
Thank you. I like to tell this story because sometimes when you're open-minded and you're willing to be adaptable, you might experience something that will give you more and greater achievements in life. Okay, let's go to my professional experience. I'm currently a senior technical advisor since February of 2024 senior technical advisor in 3 major donor-funded projects attached to the Ministry of Fisheries and Blue Economy in Somalia. The major donor-funded projects are, one is World Bank. It is dubbed the Badmal Project. It's a project on Somalia's sustainable and fisheries development with a value of $100 million. The other project is for UNDP, and it's called the Blue Invest Project. It's being financed by the Somalia Joint Fund, and it's a decade-long initiative that is on investment with a value of $300 million. And the last one is a project of IFRC/AU. It's a project on nutritional resilience. It is a project that is focusing on 5 African countries: Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, Somalia, and Sudan. It is in the initial development stages, and it has a projected value of $1 billion. I'm also a board member. In these projects, my role in these projects is basically strategic oversight and financial advisory. Some of the key roles, I'll just mention some of the key roles I provide is like crafting and implementing financial strategies, ensuring donor compliance, strengthening the internal controls, and spearheading the fundraising process, and also ensuring the accountability and transparency throughout the programs, as well as I do capacity building and training for junior finance staff. At the same time, I also do advisory. I advise on policies that help to bolster the continuity and resource continuity and sustainability of the projects. Those are just some of the things I do for the projects. Alternatively, I'm also a board member since 2022 at the Kenya Institute of Special Education, where I chair the Audit and Risk Committee. Through my leadership, for the years 2022 and 2023, we were able to achieve unqualified clean reports, and also the year 2023 and 2024. And hopefully this year we'll achieve the same clean reports. Okay, how did we do that? Just 3 ways. We implemented 100% implementation of the previous audit recommendation report. Another thing we did as the committee members of the board, we ensured that we have robust audit practices as well as risk frameworks in place. And then we also ensure that we are compliant with both the legal and the ethical standards. Through those 3 ways, we were able to get the unqualified reports for the 2 years that I've served as a board member. I'm also a board member of the Muslim Education Council. I serve as an executive member of the committee since 2020. And my role at the Muslim Education Council is purely voluntary. And it stems from my passion for education and a sense of having a sense of purpose for the community. But some of the things I do there include spearheading in inclusivity in education and educational reforms, in both ensuring that the academic infrastructure is good and teacher quality is up to par with within the council's jurisdiction. I also do the budget oversight and oversee the policy implementation to ensure that we are we are fulfilling the ethical standards of the County Education Board. I also participate in nominating representatives to the County Education Board. Those are some of the things I do, and it is purely out of passion for education. The role is purely voluntary. Aside from these institutional roles, I've also maintained a vibrant consultancy practice since 2019, where I have provided strategic financial advisory and financial management for a lot of institutions, from NGOs, private entities, corporates, as well as public entities. Some of the key consultancies I've done are listed in my CV. I have also undertaken numerous trainings in audit and risk, in financial management from the Kenya School of Government, in leadership and governance, and in global international accounting standards, zero-fault audit mantra, a lot of trainings. Being a board member, chairing the audit committee, of course, I have undertaken a lot of trainings, and I believe from these trainings I've been able to acquire vital skills like emotional intelligence, strategic thinking, institutional oversight, financial management, delegation, teamwork, skills that I believe are vital for this IEBC role. Aside from that, I also speak 4 languages and currently learning the 5th, The 4 languages are English, Kiswahili, Somali, and Arabic. And the 5th one that I'm currently learning is the Kenya Sign Language, courtesy of the Kenya Institute of Special Education, where I'm a board member. And I believe these diverse linguistic capabilities will help me communicate effectively across divergent and varied contexts. For my academic, like I have just explained, apart from the PhD that I'm completing this year, I have an MBA in finance, which I completed in 2014 from the same institution, and an international business administration degree in management, which I completed in 2011. Additionally, I have done a diploma in Arabic and Islamic studies at the Islamic University of Kenya. I believe these skills and academic qualifications will help me, has helped me have a diverse background in business and both religious matters. Thank you.
Do you have any training in finance or accounts?
Training as in
finance?
Certification or
yes,
just
certification,
training?
a professional certification.
No, I don't have a professional certification. I'm actually in the process of acquiring one, but I have done numerous trainings.
Okay, what are you doing now to acquire one?
The Certified Financial Analyst.
Okay. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, Madam Saida, you, in your career journey, have you worked in a high-stake, high-pressure environment, such as one that is usually experienced at the IEBC? And if you have your leadership skills been tried and tested? And you could also share such an experience with this panel.
Thank you very much for your question. Yes, I have worked to a high-pressure environment. I have been working in Somalia for the last 2 years. It's not easy working there. And working with the federal, you know, in Somalia we have like regional states and the federal state. And having, like when the projects like we do with the World Bank, UNDP, are mostly through the federal government, but we have to ensure that the regional states are also incorporated in the projects, yeah? So there's this time that we were doing a project with the World Bank, and at some point, I think one of the federal presidents thought like they were not being included. And the project was, the World Bank project is $150 million. It just started last year, August, and we were working for the last 2 years during the proposal phase and all that, but it embarked last year, August. So it wasn't easy trying to put all the 5 federal states on board. And at one point, some people felt like in their region, they have this particular physical infrastructure or something that they need, and it's not being looked at. And trust me, it went to a level whereby we were almost abandoning the whole project. And I was just a finance advisor. I had to put that aside and wear my leadership hat and try to convince. Now it's like conflict resolution, whereby you're sitting with the federal president and other leaders, and you're trying to tell them that this is going to benefit Somalia in this way and that way, and this is how it's going to benefit your region, and you cannot get the same thing from this region like the other region. You have unique capabilities in your region that we can target, and another region has their unique capabilities. It cannot be the same across the board. And it took us a while. We were almost abandoning. The project was supposed to start in March. For almost 3 months, we were going through negotiations. At some point, I just felt like, I don't think this is gonna work. But we really had to put that aside and just go and negotiate with them, try to find ways of getting this on board, and finally, in August, the project embarked, and everybody was on board.
In addition to the skills that you have aforesaid, submitted about when you were introducing yourself, what personal attributes you have that you think shall be beneficial in the execution of your mandates as an IEBC commissioner? Personal attributes.
Thank you. The personal attributes I think I have, I don't know if you've seen in my certificates, like I'm a high achiever in all areas. Academically, I have been always top of my class, and I've always maintained, like, I have a problem with perfection. I just have to be the best in everything I do. So I believe that is what really motivates me and pushes me to achieve great things in life. Because when you really want to outperform and be a role model and do your best in everything, you always put, it's either I put in 100% or I just don't put in anything. I have no in between. I think that's my best personal attribute.
Thank you very much, Saida, and I wish you the very best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I invite Caroline Kituku to ask you some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Saida. Article 38 of the Constitution provides for the right to vote of every citizen in a secret ballot. So there's why do you think this is necessary? The way of voting by the secret ballot. Why is it necessary?
Thank you very much. Yeah, Article 38 is the right to universal suffrage. Yeah, I believe the reason to have a secret ballot will help with a lot of things. First of all, you can make your decision without being influenced. Like no one can intimidate you or force you to make a particular decision. You are doing it in secret. The other reason I believe is the importance of secrecy is you don't feel influenced by any way, or you don't feel like you want to make someone happy or you want to impress someone. You know, when someone is looking at me, I might get inclined to show them that I'm supporting you. But when they're not looking at me, there's no inclination. I will do what I feel my heart tells me to do. So I think that's also very important.
Absolutely. So it's to protect the expression of free will.
Yeah.
So what are some of these things that threaten that expression of free will?
Some of the things are like voter intimidation. You feel scared, like you feel your life is threatened if you go against this person's wishes. And then there's also things like bribery. Maybe you are given money and you want to show this person that you are supporting them because of the money they gave you. And even the intimidation is also part of the things that might make you change your vote to favor somebody else.
So should you become successful as a commissioner at IBC, how would you steer forward the commission to ensure that it protects at all time the right to vote through the secret ballot in order to protect the free expression of the will of the people?
Thank you. I think should I get this chance to ensure the right to vote in secrecy, the things we can do is, first of all, to ensure that the security of the voters is guaranteed, like the person feels safe from the time they walk into the polling station to the time that they are casting their ballots. Maybe the booth is also secure, and then the ballot papers are also standardized in a way that they cannot identify this person. You cannot know who voted what. I think things like that, security of the place, security of the individual, and the securing of the voting features and the ballot boxes being like secure. I think it's more about security. Once there's sufficient security, somebody is free to make their choice.
Thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
I invite Fatuma to ask you some questions. Fatuma, please.
Chair, I was getting worried.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Saida Aden, I want first to congratulate you for the achievements that you have made, and not just the fact that you speak 4 languages, but also that you are working in a country that you have just defined. And as a young woman, a Muslim woman, 36 years old, you are sitting at the decision-making table in that country. So congratulations. Really, I think that's wonderful.
Thank you.
So, if you get to be a member of the IEBC, you will be required to ensure effective and smooth operations for the elections, this coming election. So I would like to request you to tell this panel and the people watching you specifically just the list of the effective, how you would, with your colleagues, ensure effective, smooth operations for the forthcoming general elections. Just the steps, what you do, 1, 2, 3, like that, to achieve that outcome.
Thank you very much. Some of the things we can do as the Commission, if I get the opportunity, I think we will, first of all, I think we have a lacking in the continuous voter education. If we can improve on the continuous voter registration and voter education, because currently the voter registration happens just like 6 months prior to the general election, the voter education is not continuous, and we have a lot of gaps. Like, for example, the youth represent 75% of the population in Kenya, and only 40% had registered as voters. If we had improved on that, we will expect more youth who are currently being more involved in the political affairs. As you can see, the Gen Zs, we will expect more youth to register, and this might change the political dynamics of Kenya. So that's something we can improve, because we believe the youth will have a bigger voice if we can take up voting and registering as voters. Another thing is the technology. The technology has always been an issue. In this current budget for the IBC, I can see there's 62 billion that they are looking for, and it involves acquiring new KIMS kits, which are, the current ones are obsolete, and they want to acquire new KIMS kits. So if we ensure that the technology being acquired is accurate, secure, verifiable, accountable, and it's going to fulfill all the 3 reasons. Like the KIMS kit does the biometric voter registration, voter identification, there's the electronic voter registration, and then there's the electronic transmission of results. So if we ensure that it will do all the 3 functions effectively, and it is going to be secure, verifiable, accountable, I think we can improve on the public perception and improve on the integrity, because right now the IEBC is not viewed as being people of integrity, and the public trust is low. So if we can get the right technology, we can improve on that. And the right communication. Thirdly is the right communication processes. We involve stakeholders more. We communicate with them well. We make information available to the public that can improve the integrity and of the elections, and I think things will be better.
Thank you. And on the side of planning?
Yes, like the side of planning, I could say it's only now like 2 years to the elections that we are seeing the budget for the elections. Being a finance expert, okay, we know like elections in Kenya are held every 5 years, yeah? So if we can have a multi-stage budget whereby an aspect of the election can be budgeted for from year 1. Maybe we know 5 years, yeah, we have elections. From this year, we are having this aspect that we want to do and want to happen in 5 years, but we are budgeting for it now. Proper procurement in place prior. Like, you have to plan the finances prior and make sure like we have the budget for it prior. The procurement plans are there prior, and we also have an emergency funds, like a contingency fund, whereby if we have any issues with any emergencies, we have money to handle. But now it's only 2 years to elections, the budget is coming now, maybe they might not get the money as quickly as they expect, and they might not acquire the technology and the materials as quickly as they expect. You know, sometimes when you are late in planning, you might also be late in decision making, and thereby making the wrong decisions, which will affect the overall outcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Aden, and I wish you all the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask FCP Atanui to also ask some questions. FCP, please.
Thank you, Chair. And Saida, I want to join my colleague Ambassador to appreciate your achievements at your age, and congratulations. Secondly, is also to appreciate the fact that you told us you've achieved 2 clean audit reports at KISA, and you are the chair of the audit committee. I want to pick up from the last response to Ambassador Koki's question, where you say that you are responding to a question on planning. And you did mention that you will ensure there is proper planning, adequate budget, contingency fund. Why are those elements not being achieved or being undertaken now at IEBC? Why don't we have those measures that you are talking of at IEBC? Or are they there and are they effective?
Okay, as to why they are not happening, of course, I cannot know the details because I'm not part of IEBC, but I think, according to my thinking, I think it's because of they lack the capacity. They have all these plans, but they don't have sufficient funding, and they lack such capacity. And maybe, I don't know if they are finance experts, but I believe that having a finance person in the commission is very important. Because currently, right now, a lot of the problems you are facing in Kenya has to do a lot with the economy and the money. And if we have a finance expert and people who can guide the commissioners in the right way, there's a lot of things that they can improve on. Like this budget that we have, what components? Do we really need it? There are some things like maybe they are being done. I feel personally that they are being done and we could do better. On the costing, we could do better on the budgets, we could do better on resource mobilization. Because like, for example, even on the voter education, it is important if the voters can understand the extent to which the people we are electing have, like the powers they have in controlling the economy of Kenya. These people, together with the president, are going to be controlling a budget of 3 trillion. And do the voters know the magnitude that do they know like the people we are putting there are the people who are going to control 2 to 3 billion of Kenya's budget? So I think having the right finance people in the commission and in the secretariat is very important for the future of IEBC.
Have you done your background on the current qualifications for the secretariat at IEBC?
No, not on finance.
Not on finance? No. Okay. Incidentally, the CEO and I think the deputy CEO, they are all finance people. So maybe you, at the commissioner level, is where you will bring in the expertise. Yeah. But now moving to your area of specialization, you told us also you are a governance person. You also provide strategic advisory, institutional oversight. So what governance measures would you introduce at IEBC to improve performance evaluation and risk management? I think I heard you mention about risk internal controls. I also heard you talking of risk management. So what measures would you introduce at IEBC if offered an opportunity to improve performance evaluation and risk management? Thank you.
Oh, thank you for the question. What measures I would introduce in terms of performance evaluation are things like SOPs, standard operating procedures, and KPIs, key performance indicators, and then maybe we can have continuous appraisals for the staff and also for the commissioners, and things like audits, like being like accountability purposes, where we have continuous reports, monthly reports, quarterly reports. How are we performing? Are we doing good? Do we need improvement? And we do this on quarterly and yearly terms. I think those 4 things will help us evaluate performance. And for the risk management, now I don't want to go very deep because that's my area, but I'll just mention a few. Like if we have the risk framework in place, and we can have there are different kinds of risk that an entity can have. There's the financial risk, technological risk, political risk. There are a lot of kinds of risk. But do we have measures, risk mitigation techniques? Have we classified our risks to those ones that are on the red, on the amber, on the green? Like how deep can this risk affect us? Do we have a plan like mitigation measure? And how well prepared are we when we encounter such risk? Having a risk register and having the risk framework is very important when it comes to aspect of risk management.
Thank you, and I wish you well. Back to you, Chair.
Evans Msati, please.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Chair. Let me also take it from where my colleagues have left and ask you a question related to IEBC, the governance structure of IEBC. You are aware about the critical report, if you have read it. And it happened during a 2007-2008 post-election violence. To date, we still have those problems at IEBC. The clear report had highlighted structural weaknesses in IEBC in the relations between the Commission and the Secretariat as a key challenge in electoral management. What are the root causes of these issues, and how would you address it if appointed as one of the commissioners of IEBC?
Thank you very much for your question. Yeah, it's true that the critical report, according to what I read, that identify the problems you have into three main areas: the electronical and electrical like system failures, the legal and regulatory failures, as well as the political and social failures. Those three are the three main areas that they highlighted. And they also gave recommendations that some of them have not been implemented. Some have been implemented, but not fully, according to what I feel. The things they recommended in the regular report is especially like independence of the IEBC. They even recommended the complete overhaul of the commission and having new commissioners who are appointed people of integrity, people of good professional backgrounds, and people who are independent and can make the commission independent. We still have that problem, even with the previous commissioners. We could see like there was still having a lot of political influence. The commission lacked independence, and some of the things I would recommend or I will suggest are like strengthening the legal framework, because it is there. Their independence is guaranteed, but if we strengthen and enforce and introduce maybe penalties and strict measures and punitive actions to be taken with anyone who meddles with the affairs of the commission, I think we could get a better footing there. That will guarantee their independence. The other thing was the technological failures. Now the commission has applied to, in the budget they want to get new technology. So if we ensure that the technology that we are going to procure, if I get this chance, is going to be the technology that is secure, accurate, accountable, verifiable, that problem of technology we can complete and we can have a good.
I wanted us to focus on the issue of the management, the weakness in structural management between the commission and the secretariat.
Okay.
As one of the challenges in the electoral management.
Yeah, if we can ensure that there is clear guidelines in the roles and responsibilities between the commissioners and the secretariat, and their roles are understood and it is clear, because there's a thin line and it has always been a problem. So if you can ensure that there's a clear demarcation of roles and responsibility from the policy, which is done by the policy, and strategic oversight, which is done by the commissioners, to the implementation and administrative of day-to-day activities that is being done by the secretariat. If we can have clear demarcations for roles and responsibilities, I think that will help in the smooth running of the commission.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you. I want to ask Fatuma Saman to ask you some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Saida, I want to join my colleagues to thank you for being a trailblazer. And as an educator, I always know it starts at high school. And seeing your certification and, seeing that you scored a straight A's is also something worth mentioning. And I think that set the pace for you. Coming to my question, if you get an opportunity to develop a new voter education program, how would you bring in the stakeholders' inputs meaningfully? The stakeholders at this, you talk about, let's say, the voters themselves, from all cadres. How would you bring them, how would you ensure that there is their input meaningfully?
Thank you very much for your question. first of all, it's important to identify the stakeholders. Like we have state actors and non-state actors. For the state actors is the government, the judiciary, the political parties, security forces. And then for the non-state actors, our biggest stakeholder as IEBC will be the voters and the people of Kenya, followed by the religious groups, the media, the international observers and all that. Now we've talked about voter education when it comes to the stakeholder inputs. First of all, it's very important to ensure like when we engage the stakeholders from both state and non-state actors. For example, if we engage the media, they can help in dissemination of information, and then we can use social media platforms to disseminate information, especially of the youth. We have 75% of the population of Kenya are the youth. So if we can use the right systems of technology, maybe the youth use TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat. If we can really ride on that, we can cover a huge population of the youth, and hopefully we can increase our registration. Like I've read, currently the voter register, the IEBC is expecting to register almost 5.5 million new voters, expanding their voter register to 28 million. I think it can go beyond that if we can use the right technology and platform where we can get more youth to register. That is by engaging the media. And then when we can engage social groups and religious groups, by encouraging, for example, where we get youth leaders in the campuses, where we can have mobile registration, where we can target a huge number of the youth. Again, we can also target if you make like registration more accessible, we can target the people with disabilities, maybe, and the elderly, maybe by going through their homes instead of telling them to go to centers to register. And for the people with disabilities, if we can get information from the National Council of People with Disabilities, you can get information on that. Also from the from the national and from this data, like National Bureau of Statistics and all this, we can use that data to get to know who are the elderly, to get to know people who are disabled, and we target them and make the registration and more accessible for them. And also for the marginalized group, like if we can improve on voter education, maybe people in the marginalized group, some of them are pastoralists. It's hard to know where they don't stick in one place. If we can have like mobile registration centers for pastoral communities, and even mobile places where education is being done, because you don't expect them maybe to have radio or to have good internet or whatever. So if we can have mobile places where they can get voter education, and we can also do voter registration, we can target marginalized communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saida, and I wish you well. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Nicodemus to ask you some questions. Nicodemus, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I also want to join the rest in congratulating you at your age. You've been able to sit in very high places because of your academic qualifications and experience. You are currently the Senior Technical Advisor in Somalia for World Bank, UNDP, and IFRC projects, and are attached to the Ministry of Fisheries and Blue Economy, where you are responsible for supporting fundraising. With this experience, what, in your view, are the funding risks you foresee at the IEBC, and what recommendations can you give towards risk mitigation?
Thank you very much for your question. Just like I mentioned earlier, the risk I see with funding is when we don't plan early, we might encounter problems like not getting the allocations early. Therefore, this might mess up our whole procurement process. You know, if, for example, I want to secure, like for the technology, it's a requirement by the law that we need to get this technology, like we need to have it in place 60 days, 120 days prior to the general elections, according to the Election Act, and also deploy, test, and verify it like 60 days prior to the elections. So if you don't get the funding early, and you don't procure the right technology early, we can end up not having the right technology in place, because we need time to benchmark. We need time to go and test it. We need time to ensure that this is the best technology we're procuring. And I believe these are the reasons that the Commission has been facing. That's why we always have these technological challenges, because if you have the money and we have the right time to do all these things, we'll have the right technology in place. So the funding is a problem. And then the procurement, like the IEBC is in the current budget, they want to procure like secure ballot papers. So if the funding is not given early, when are we going to procure these ballot papers? Are we going to procure on time? We might end up not having these ballot papers with secure features. So funding is a big issue. And then also, like being a finance person, just like I said, it's important to have an emergency fund in place and a contingency fund. If we don't have the money, they might not have the contingency fund. So if problems occur, things like maybe floods, or we might have natural calamities, maybe a lot of problems can happen. There are a lot of risks that the whole country is voting on the same day. So a lot of risks are involved. Anything can happen. We might need to airlift some of the returning officers. We might need to send alternative or security officers. If we don't have the contingency fund, if we don't have the emergency fund, and then the IBC will be blamed for election violence and things like that, you know. So funding is a very important aspect when it comes to the Commission.
Thank you and all the best.
Professor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Saida, from a strategic policy perspective, how does the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act support the enforcement of integrity standards at the IEBC?
Thank you very much for your question. The Anti-Corruption Act basically enforces Chapter 6 of the Constitution, which is on leadership and integrity. And any person who has problems with leadership and integrity will basically have to face the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. So if the act is put in place to protect the people of Kenya and to investigate any person who has been accused of such integrity and leadership issues.
Thank you. My last question on this segment. Saida is made a commissioner, so it's a hypothetical question. Saida is a commissioner, and the media reports that Saida, because of achievements in the financial sector and investments, failed to declare her stake in a company bidding for an IEBC contract. It's hypothetical, so don't think of any insinuation. We just want to see your thinking. If such was to happen to Saida or any other commissioner for that matter, what steps would Saida or the other commissioners take to rebuild credibility? It's a question of restoring public trust. That's what we are looking for.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a very important question, actually. Normally, in the boards, when we are having meetings, we have to declare personal interest. So I believe from the beginning, failing to declare personal interest shows lack of integrity. And this, of course, a punishment has to be, there has to be some enforcement in some way, because we are always asked to declare conflict of interest. And I believe even the commissioners will be asked to declare conflict of interest. So failing to declare that is lack of integrity. So this person has to be punished for that.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Prof, do you have some other questions? Two more?
Sure. Before I ask the two questions, you might have been wondering why I didn't join the others to congratulate you for your milestones. I want you to know that we acknowledge, and also know that in that spirit, one of the millennials sits right here with us, so you are in good company. Having said that, this is the session in which, through the chair, we ask high school questions, which I think you are not very far from, given the people who are sitting in this room. And one of your areas is finance. So we don't ask the hard questions. We ask the questions that one can easily grasp in day to day. And Kenya changed her currency, not her currency, the currency notes. I know you are young, but we grew, and you grew at a time in which you go buying something, you see the president of the country right there looking at you, be it Kenyatta, be it Moi, be it Kibaki. Then the 2010 Constitution said, let's change this and let's just look at how Kenya can prosper. So, under which governor of the central bank was the currency notes that did away with presidential photos in the currency done away with? I'll give you leakage because you guys are very good in your phones. It was in Narok in 2019.
I actually don't know.
Okay, let me try another
I don't
one.
know his name.
Let me try another one, but I'm very sure that you won't have to think very hard about. Name one major port city on the east coast of Africa. Just one.
East coast of Africa.
Yes. One major port city. There are nearly three.
The Lamu port.
Okay. You want to try another one?
Port of Mombasa.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We want to appreciate the time we have shared with you and for the comments you have made. We applaud your achievement and have definitely learned a lot from your experience and your responses today. Do you have any comment or any question to make?
I just want to thank you for your time and consideration. The only thing I might say is, like being a youth from our pastoral community, I understand the value of hard work and perseverance. And if given the opportunity, I will bring the same kind of energy to the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We wish you well. You find your certificates with the gentleman at the door. The notebook and the pen are yours. Asante sana na shukran. And for those who are in the gallery, thank you for coming. Appreciated. Asante. Thank you. Okay, we have done our morning session and media. Shall be back at 2:30. We want to thank you for your time and support. Kindly enjoy your lunch. We will shortly join you. Thank you. My apologies, members. So, is it Silas? Okay, ask him to come. Mr. Silas Kenotei Murithi.
Yes, sir.
Welcome and have a seat, please.
Thank you, Chairman.
My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chair of this selection panel. Allow me to thank you for showing interest in the positions that we advertised and to congratulate you for being shortlisted for the same. I would like to invite my colleagues here to introduce themselves, and having done so, we will come to you. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Kenotei.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair.
My name is Linda Kiome. I serve this panel as a Vice Chair. Chairman, let me make a disclosure. I served with Mr. Kenotei as a council member at the Meru National Polytechnic a few years ago. I have not seen him since then, but I am certain that I will make objective analysis for the assessment for purposes of this interview. Karibu sana, Mr. Kenotei.
Thank you.
Chair, I also want to start by saying that I worked with Silas at the Boundaries Review Commission. So he's somebody that I know. So Silas, my name is Andrew Tanui. I'm a member of this election panel. Thank you.
Andrew.
Good afternoon, Silas.
Good afternoon, Madam.
Caroline Kituku, karibu sana.
Asante.
Good afternoon, Pana Murithi.
Good afternoon.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of this election panel.
Thank you, Professor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon,
My
sir.
name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good afternoon, Mr. Murithi.
Good afternoon, Madam.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Murithi.
Good afternoon.
Karibu sana.
Yes.
My name is Koki Muli Grigno, and I'm a member of this panel.
Thank you, Madam.
Good afternoon, Kenotei.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Evan Simisati. I'm a member of this election panel, and we welcome you to this interaction session.
Thank you, sir.
Now we'll come to you and ask you to introduce yourself to us, highlight those things in your profile that you think are significant for us to note, and that are relevant for the position you have applied for. Let us know if you have any awards that you have received or honors, and if you're a member of any professional society or group. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me first start by saying I'm really honored to sit before you. I know it was very competitive. There were so many of those who applied, and I don't take it for granted that I found my way in this panel to come and share my experiences with you as I learned so much from these eminent panelists. My name is Silas Kenotei Murithi. Silas is from Meru, born and bred in Meru. I attended a primary school in Meru, local primary school, where I excelled, and then also moved to a local secondary school for my O-levels that time, called Kanyakine Secondary School, where again I was top of the class in my time, and I enjoyed Jiris High School for my A-level. where I studied mathematics, physics, and chemistry. And I passed well. I was admitted to the Faculty of Engineering, University of Nairobi, Department of Surveying and Photogrammetry, where I graduated with a bachelor's degree in surveying and photogrammetry. Later, while I was still working, I got a scholarship from the government, from JICA and Government of Kenya, and I was sponsored to go and study at the Geographical Survey Institute in Japan, in Tsukuba, Japan, where I studied surveying and mapping. Then later in life, when Module 2 was introduced in Nairobi University, I sponsored myself for a master's in planning, urban and regional planning, and I graduated in 2008, and I also believe I excelled in that training as well. My work experience, immediately after graduating from Nairobi University, with my first degree, I was employed by Survey of Kenya and posted to Mombasa, Provincial Survey Office. Then after working for only about 1 year, I was seconded to the Department of Settlement in the same ministry and posted to Margarine Settlement Scheme project. Margarine project was a project that was co-financed by Australian government and the government of Kenya to set up schemes to settle the landless in mostly in Kilifi and the coast region. And I was appointed there to serve as the project surveyor and planner. And I worked there for 3 years. It was a very difficult place. Many of my previous colleagues had been posted there and they resigned or didn't want to go. But when I started working, I had an adage where I said, you cannot give up as an unstarter. So it dawned on me that I'm the one being posted in this hardship area, and then I couldn't give up as an unstarter. So I said, I'll go there. And after 3 years, I think I left a mark. In every place that I've gone, I've left a mark. After 3 years, and surveyed, and planned and surveyed and demarcated over 30,000 acres, and which could enable settlement of over 1,000 farmers, because every farmer was supposed to get 30 acres. The other achievement I got there, of course, I was promoted to the next job group, and because the place there was very lonely. Imagine coming from Mombasa and then you are taken to a place which is remote. There were bandits who were attacking us sometimes. There was no road, there was no telephone, there was no social life, basically. So what I decided is, I decided to start a football team for all the young people who are working in the project and outside. And because I was a football player myself in my youth, I became both a coach and a player, and I actually registered that team with KFF. And by the time I was leaving, they were in the provincial league in Mombasa, in Coast Region. The third thing I achieved was maybe funny. This is the place actually where I got my first lead, my first half. A beautiful girl from Murang'a who had just landed there, straight from college, and I was also young. And we just became friends. And imagine she has been my wife for over 33 years. And over those 33 years, I've never raised my hand on her. She has never raised her voice on me. I thank God. I think she was God sent.
Congratulations.
Yes. Then as fate would have it, I thought Margarine was very difficult. After promotion, I was sent to Garissa. And you can imagine that was in the 1990s. Actually, 1990. And I was sent there to open the district survey office because there was no office, there was only a provincial office. And it was a difficult area that time with bandits. That's the first time I saw policemen wearing bullets everywhere in the body, like sashes to escort us when we are traveling to Nairobi or coming from Nairobi all the way to Bangali. But we continued and we worked very well. I enjoyed actually working in Garissa. And I also left a mark there because when I was there is when actually Siad Barre was overthrown from Somalia. And you can imagine the flurry of refugees who are crossing the border. And I was now tasked, approached by UNHCR to set up the IFO and Agadera, which is now the Dadaab refugee settlement place, to be able to settle those people as they come. Very difficult. And the people I was given, because it was very difficult, I was given Ethiopian refugees and every refugee with a police person. So I had over 30 of them in the field. And at night we set the tents, but at night they dig what they call andaki. Andaki, I think, are those trenches where you sleep in a sleeping bag, and then at night you would sleep there, and then during the day we would go to work. And when I asked the policeman why, what was the logic, they said when you are attacked, people will shoot at the tents, but they will not be able to get you in the trenches. So we would spend the night in the trenches, then the next day we go work, and it worked out very well, and that is how the Dadaab refugee place came into place. After that, that's also when I got a scholarship actually to go to Japan when I was in Garissa. And after Japan, I came back to the Ministry of Lands. I was posted to Nairobi to work with the Japanese who are setting up the School of Surveying, which is currently called Kenya Institute of Mapping, Surveying and Mapping. But I worked only for about 4 months. And the director posted me to Kirinyaga. He actually told me there are problems in Kirinyaga, and the DC has sent away the staff, and you must go there. So I went there. You can't give up as an unstarter. I went to Kirinyaga, and I enjoyed working in Kirinyaga. The actual problem which was there actually was, I think, the politics and the boundary disputes. And when I studied the boundary disputes, I came to realize...
We'll need to summarize.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
I actually realized boundary disputes are manifestations of other disputes. So we were able to solve the other disputes first and then solve the boundary. And that's when I was given an award for distinguished service during the celebrations of Moi 20 years. Then after that, I was posted to Nairobi, where I worked briefly. And after succeeding in getting my professional qualifications, I requested the director that I resign and go into private practice, which he reluctantly agreed. I went to private practice. And in my private practice, I worked everywhere in the country and outside. I remembered a very good experience in the Rwanda Republic, where I was the first surveyor actually to introduce satellite imagery surveying to prepare base maps for planning in 2003. And I got again a very good award or commendation from there. And after that, I also worked as a director in Kenya Roads Board, a part-time director. While I'm still practicing, we could go there for part-time. And I was appointed the chair of the technical committee first. And it is during my time that we were able to push the reforms in the road sector, including the enactment of the Road 2007 and the current road authorities that we see today, the Kenya Urban Roads Authority, Kenya Rural Roads Authority, and the Kenya National Highways Authority. I also worked as a director of boundaries in the Legale Commission, which was established in I joined in 2010, and my task there was to come up with the distribution of constituencies, the 290 constituencies. And we worked very hard. I developed a number of algorithms to try and delimit those boundaries. But I also realized that boundaries delimitation is not purely a mathematical process. is actually largely a social science. It's not a mathematical science per se. There's a lot of social science. And then that's when I thought outside the box and developed another methodology that I called Synd-Path Principle, or CPP, which was basically an analytical process of comparing likes and trying to see how to grow the constituencies using public participation and other items. And it's largely what the method actually that I think is being used even today. From there, in 2013, I was appointed as a commissioner with the National Land Commission, the first commission. And it was a very new commission, of course, from the grass. And as fate would find me, I was the chairman of the human resource management, and we had no staff. So we recruited from the first person to what the commission was until the time we left. And my experience there, I think, was very nice, particularly in a different field that was not mine, human resource management, and actually to go and take training in human resource. And that's how I got a certificate as a certified human resource analyst. And chairman, that is briefly where I've worked. It's a long story. Currently, I'm working in my own farm. And what we've been doing mostly the last few years, we were doing bathymetric surveys. Bathymetric surveys is surveying the seabed. We've done that for the Ndongo-Kudu project, and the project is over. And actually, the way you see the piles now supporting the bridge, the work down there is us who did it, to be able to inform the engineers on the design of those columns to support the bridge. So that is briefly my CV. But I've had other trainings in form of in the course of my working.
Yeah. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, Mr. Kenotei, what unique competencies would you contribute to the Commission in the event that you're taken up as a member?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Leader. I'm very good working with numbers. Very comfortable and competent working with numbers. I'm very good and competent working with maps from the source to the end. I've experience in human resource management from the nascent stage of setting up the commission to the end. And lastly, from my experiences on dispute resolutions, particularly when I was in Kirinyaga, I decided again to sponsor myself, and I got a certificate in dispute mediation. I'm now a certified mediator, as we talk, from last year. So those are the competencies I'll bring. My values is, number one is integrity. I don't compromise. Secondly, I'm polite. I'm sober 24 hours, but I'm very firm in my decisions. 3, I can even transnight when there is a task to be performed. God has blessed me with that energy. And I think those are the things that we need in the commission. And from my planning background, I think I can do very well in civic education. I want to say civic education, not necessarily voter education. I separate the voter and the civic education so that I think that line can be able to be focused clearly.
And between being a team player and a team leader, which one are you?
I'm a very good team player. I work with my people. You see, I established a football team so that my staff could be able to play with me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kenotei. I wish you the very best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I invite Caro to ask you some questions. Caro, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kenotei.
Yes, Catherine.
Caroline.
Caroline, okay,
Yeah.
yes.
Would you please explain to us what you understand to be the core mandate of the IBC.
The core mandate of the IBC, the way I understand it, is to conduct referenda and elections as required by the Constitution and any law that appertains to or relating to elections in this country. And that mandate is, in my view, is supported by a lot of functions. I don't know whether I can go into the functions and explain a few of them. Yes, so that mandate, holistic mandate, is firmed up by a number of functions, one including voter education, registration of voters is also part of it, the limitation of boundaries for electoral constituencies and wards, dispute resolutions for nomination of parties. There's also civic education, which I don't know why they don't separate, and carrying out the elections. When the elections are called, whether it's referenda or any type of elections, including by elections. And basically, those are some of the ones I can get right now.
Okay. So you spoke about delimitation of boundaries as one of the core functions of the IBC.
Yes.
From your own work experience
yes.
as a surveyor and your previous experience working with the Interim Independent Boundaries Review Commission,
yes.
Would you share with us or explain to us what are the key principles that you would follow should you become successful to be a member of the IBC to ensure that the delimitation of constituencies complies with the legal requirements and promotes fair representation in Kenya?
Thank you, Caroline. I started by saying the limitation of boundaries is not purely a mathematical algorithm affair. It is largely a social science also. And this idea, the idea of computing the population quota, the population divisions, anybody can do that. And there's no problem with that. The problem is now how to distribute and ensure that the constituencies, populations, as near as possible to their population quota. And also while doing that, whether those boundaries that you are delimiting are acceptable to the people. Because you may do very nice things on table, but when go on the ground, it becomes actually a conflict. You have caused a conflict. So what I would do is, first of all, I would do the mathematical algorithm and get not necessarily the exact, but the approximate numbers of the constituencies. Then after that, you move on the ground and interview, work with the people. Tell them these are our proposals. Let the people give their input in those delimitations. My work experience, because I'm a practitioner of a very long service, have come to understand actually most of the problems that bedevil Kenyans, the solutions are with the people. Solutions are on the ground. And when you are able to synergize what you have proposed and what the people have agreed, then you come and do the fair delimitation map. And from there now you again get the feedback for people to do what? To give the thumbprint, to confirm this is what we want. It may be probably some constituencies, not necessarily mathematically, may not fall within the exact deviation. But the most important thing is that people want and feel comfortable with that because of the aspect of cultural issues, the community of interest, because sometimes you don't split a community. community of interest, and then our geographical factors are also very varied. We cannot be able to give a weight in a formula to represent, for example, a geographical factor. Because what is in Moranga, for example, is every ridge, a river, every ridge, a river. So if you try to combine two ridges, you are creating a conflict. Because now, to try and cross over to the other ridge, you have to go almost 40 kilometers to just go to the other person across the ridge. So when you are working with the people, you are able to see how best we can be able to delimit those boundaries. Because they are supposed to be actually to give peace to the people. I think that's what Kregler said, that the boundaries should be able to bring harmony to the people. That's
All right.
what
Thank you very
that's
much.
how I would do it.
I'm satisfied with your responses. Thank you. I wish you well.
Thank you,
Chair.
Sante, I invite Madam Koki to ask you some questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Mureithi.
Yes, Madam.
I would like to ask you a question relating to delimitation of boundaries, electoral boundaries. That is your area of expertise.
Yes.
Can you explain to the panel and Kenyans who are watching you how communities get disenfranchised through gerrymandering?
Yes, thank you, Madam. Gerrymandering is actually an American thing which has been important in almost all the limitations, which I think originated because of the white people not wanting the blacks to have a big population so that they don't get a vote when blacks were allowed to vote, I think, in the 1960s. So they do a constituency to make sure that...
Just focus on Kenya. We don't have much time.
So how they are disenfranchised, one is when they are not consulted. Because you go do the boundary and then you come and tell the people this is the boundary that we have for this constituency. So somebody will not be happy because they did not contribute.
Let me just, clarify this.
Yes.
For example, you worked from April to November in the boundaries IEBR.
Yes.
And during that time, they were demarcating boundaries.
Yes.
So what actually has happened in Kenya is that people have been disenfranchised. Communities, members of different constituencies have actually been disenfranchised to the level that they cannot have, representation. So I just wanted you to clearly show what has happened, how it has happened, and while you are answering it, how we can avoid it should you get to become a member. Just a few examples.
Yes.
Just draw for us the picture in our mind to show that.
What happened in the previous, sometimes the limitations, it was politically led. And whoever had favor probably with maybe the then political power would be able to have a constituency which is carved for them. And then the other people probably who did not have favor would be left lumped together and they would be very unhappy. So that brought a lot of disenfranchisement or dissatisfactions with the people because they could see this person amekatiwa hapa so that nobody can move him from parliament because he is only given the people who are going to support him. Then two, what we need to do and what we actually did is through seed part principle method that I developed is you go on the ground and you work with the people and you educate the people to understand the value of the vote first, which is actually lacking a lot in our electoral process, so that they can see now it's competitive. It's not a favor for anybody. So everybody is supposed to be able to get almost an equal probability of becoming voted for of becoming even a candidate. Because I know with this constituency set the way it is, then nobody has been favored. And therefore, I can also bring myself as a candidate because I know I can now be competitive. So I think that is what has brought a lot of challenges, and that is what we are trying to work against.
Mr. Murithi, I know you have reading your CV.
Yes.
I know you developed a system.
Yes.
That was used to try to bring fairness.
Yes.
In the drawing of electoral boundaries to ensure that to address the problem of gerrymandering.
Yes.
So what I was asking you to explain that framework, it was how are people made to be disenfranchised because of gerrymandering? Just the how.
Okay. They are disenfranchised because how the gerrymandering does, it only carves the constituencies or the electoral boundary in a manner that it only gets a certain community together and leaving the other communities out. And the people who are left out do not have a chance now to get a fair voting process, unless I'm not getting your question properly.
You are trying to explain it. I was actually thinking, for example, a place where you have the same community, like, for example, Mathioya.
Yes.
That is one of a good example of what you're explaining when it was made.
Yes.
Everybody there is Kikuyu in Murang'a.
Yes.
And they come from the same, except there are some differences.
Yes.
So the drawing of Mathioya left some people disenfranchised. So
yes.
That is what I was looking for. But you have explained it in other ways.
Yes.
But
because Mathioya
yes.
actually was created for a specific candidate, and that is why it is among the constituencies that could not even meet the threshold of the population quota.
Thank you, Mr. Murithi, and all the best. Thank you, Chair.
And Mr. Murithi could not solve that problem when you had the
problem. When we had the opportunity, we were told not to touch the saved constituencies. They were protected. So these are protected. They remain the way they are. So these other areas now can be worked on. But and because of the pressure that was then, we said the next review, because they will not be protected, we are going to apply the criteria that is just and fair for everybody.
Okay, FCP Tanui has a follow-up question for you.
Actually, not a follow-up. Yeah, as I said earlier, you know, listening to you, Silas, there's so much that I've learned that I didn't know about you. Boundaries or elections, both actually, elections and boundaries, are more or less similar to lands in terms of sensitivity. And having been a commissioner at the National Land Commission, we are aware of what transpired. Even, I think, during your tenure, you were chairman at some point.
Yes.
So there were a lot of issues. So similarly, IEBC is a very sensitive commission. You've seen what has happened before in terms of governance, the camps that are there. And I suspect even at NLC, there were camps at the National Land Commission. So what lessons, having served at Boundaries Review Commission, National Land Commission, what lessons did you learn at NLC that can help you as you given an opportunity to serve as an IEBC commissioner, will help you in addressing the governance challenges that are there at IEBC?
Thank you, CPA Tanui. Governance and corporate governance. When a body like maybe the new commission comes into place, in my view, we don't take it for granted that these are all qualified persons in all areas. The first thing I would advise to be able to have synergy in working as one team, not a group, but a team. First of all, we have to gel, to agree on some norms. Then one and very most important thing, during induction, we don't take it for granted that everybody has gone through corporate governance. All the commissioners must be run through corporate governance and retooled. Whether you did it or not, you need to be retooled to be able to be told, and it should be customized towards the IEBC, so that the commissioners are brought together on page to start together and to know when do we have corporate responsibility or collective responsibility, when do we have individual responsibility. Because sometimes what happened in the National Land Commission is a problem of individual responsibilities as opposed to collective responsibility. Good governance is when you take collective decision, then you are bound by it, and you all suffer the consequences. But if I go out there like a lone commissioner and make my own decisions, I'll be judged independently. So I would advocate for corporate governance training, customized for the commissioners who will be appointed. And then we also have our ground rules. And in my view, particularly in making decisions, if there is any dissenting view, it's not good enough just to say I dissent. I think we should be able to write an explanation as to why I've dissented. I like the way the lawyers do, or the judges. You say why you disagreed with the majority. I think even in commissions, when there's collective decision making, and probably not all of us agree, I should be able to pen down my dissent and say exactly why I differed with the collective decision. Much as collectively, we'll take that note. And I think that is what has been lacking in many, not only IEBC, even where I was, that outright explanation of decision, so that you hide behind the collective responsibility. Now, if you dissent, say it in black and white. That's what I believe.
Thank you. And lastly, I think I was with you when we were doing the 290 constituencies.
Yes.
And I believe you remember the final days of finalizing those 290 constituencies. In fact, one of the key tasks of this new commission or new list of commissioners for IEBC will be to do the delimitation of boundaries, the way you did in 290. And looking back, your experiences amongst the commissioners, and I am very aware of the last days when we are finalizing on that list of constituencies, the way commissioners were putting together in camps. What advice would you give to this new team of IEBC commissioners on how to manage that process of delimitation of boundaries?
Thank you, CPA Chanui. Yes, it's true. We made very many a number of proposals as directors, where I was then, but not some of them were taken. I think there was pressure, so much pressure between the two opposing parties then. There was ODM and PNU. And you know, whenever you get an extra constituency in your stronghold, it means an extra vote in parliament. So I think that is what was causing a lot of ripples. But what I think I should be able to do now, because I have that experience, and the I can quickly identify even the problematic areas. Because the problematic areas, in my view, are the constituencies which were protected. We revisit them. I checked through the population of 2019, and luckily, I think because of devolution, most of those constituencies have actually grown, particularly Isiolo West. Isiolo North is now not, in my view, it cannot be able to be, to be one of the protected. If you look at Bura in Tana River, you look at Lam West, they have grown, and the populations are basically going to attain the quota. And what I would urge, if I find favor with this panel, is my commissioners to be dependent as a commission in making our decisions of the political pressures that are going to be on the commission, because it will be a big political pressure also, again. But this time, in my view, it will be much simpler to me, if I find favor, than when it was there, because that time we are starting from the scratch. We had to define the basics. We had to define what for example, is a sparsely populated area. We took a lot of time to do that. And finally, we agreed with my team that it is any area that has a population density less than the national population density, and we did that through GIS and other methods. It was also difficult to even explain to the commissioners what is a city, because that time we all or many believed that Kisumu and Mombasa were cities, because the president had declared Kisumu as a city, he had declared Mombasa as a city. But when we went to the law and we wanted to stick to the law, it's only Nairobi which was qualifying as a city through the Royal Charter. It's only Queen Elizabeth who could declare a city in Kenya. And it is only Nairobi which had been declared a city in 1954. So it is the only place where we applied the upper limit of the population. Today we have about 5 cities. That is why I believe the work will be much cheaper, because now we have larger populations to distribute to the cities. But the only challenge I find is probably maybe Eldoret and Kisumu and Naivasha, and Nakuru, because the cities are not county cities, unlike Nairobi, which is a city county, and Mombasa is a city county. These are not city counties. So we'll have to come up with an understanding approach on how to deal with the limitation in cities that are not city counties. I remember the seed part principle.
I think you can save the rest. You will apply, yes, if considered. Thank you very much, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to ask Misati to ask some questions. Misati, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Kenotei?
Yes, sir.
Thanks so much. At least you have a very good understanding of the boundary, and because you participated in it. I want to take you to another side of understanding the electoral processes, and yes, let's now look at the issue of during the general elections. IPC usually hires temporary staff, large scale, and sometimes they get overwhelmed. Please, from where you sit, will you please tell the panel some of the risks you can associate with such high number of staff during the general elections, and then mention 2 measures you can take to mitigate those risks.
Okay, thank you very much, Sam. The risk of having those very many staff that come on board during the elections cycle, the voting, basically is like the voting period, is one, the training, because they are just recruited and given kind of a snapshot training on exactly what they are going to do. Not all of them understand on exactly what they are going to do. And once they have been deployed, there's no follow-up, because everybody else, the presiding officer, is engaged, and everybody else is engaged. In fact, I was thinking some of the problems why we have sometimes spoiled votes in a polling station is because the voters are not guided well on how to mark the ballot paper. Forget about the training and all that. How in that area period of environment of voting, because I know all of you have voted. When you get in, you are given 6 ballot papers. Sometimes the ballot paper for the constituent, for example, could be having 24 candidates. You don't even know how to carry it, and you are maybe the elite. So what I was thinking, in that training, coupled with the training, I think the arrangement of the polling station booths can be rearranged, so that, in my view, to avoid a lot of spoiled votes, including votes being put in different containers, ballot boxes. If, for example, I walk in and I'm checked and I'm confirmed to be a voter, let me go to the clerk who will give me 2 ballot papers, probably for the president, and maybe the woman rep. And then after that, I go to the polling booth, which is separate. I mark the 2 and put them in the box. Then I pick, instead of the way I collected all of them, I go and pick the other 2. And I mark them and put them in the respective boxes. And then I also pick the other 2 and I mark them. When they are marked like that, the chances of putting a ballot paper in a different box will be seriously eliminated. The chances of also marking wrongly will be eliminated. So I think training of those staff can be enhanced. But now we have very many young people who understand quickly. And I think during our voter education, we can be able also to be explaining people about the voting process. And then when we come in as IBC, let's say rearrange that booth and see how best it can be friendly to the people who are coming to vote, so that we don't have those spoiled votes. I was counting them, sir, and I was imagining from that evaluation report, I think there were over 200,000 spoiled votes. And I could see the polling stations were 46,000. So if, for example, you make a mistake of one ballot per box in a polling station, those are 6. You multiply 6 by 42,000, you get very many thousands, and that is why we actually get even those spoiled ballot papers.
That's good. The spoiled ballot papers were 113,000 for presidential and 614, not 200,000. Otherwise, thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. I want to invite Ms. Fatuma. Please, Fatuma.
Mr. Kenotei.
Yes, madam.
In your opinion, what's the best way to keep non-state actors meaningfully engaged between one election period to the other election period?
Come again, meaningfully?
Meaningfully engaged.
Engaged, yes.
Between one election period
yes.
and another.
Non-state actors, we have the non-government organizations, the faith-based organizations that come in to support in their own way in the electoral process. But once our election is over, they move away. And now you want us to retain them in a continuous training process. I think that's a beautiful idea. Like faith-based organizations. These are institutions that are with us throughout. There are even local institutions with us throughout. So even in churches and mosques, when we are talking about civic education, we can be able to give them a chance to also explain to the public, the organizations, how the voting is done. And now to make sure that they are completely engaged, we have an MOU with the non-state actors. Number one, to identify exactly what it is that they are going to support the commission with. Of course, not the core issues, but the civic education. And then we agree on a calendar of how to engage them throughout in the process. And I believe when we do that and engage them throughout in the process, we can be able to educate so many people. Because from where I sit, I strongly believe that the problems we have in the electoral process is because many people don't know the value of the vote. We can tell them on how to mark the ballot paper. You can tell them on how to vote. But as long as somebody does not value or know the value of the vote, I think we'll be doing injustice to our people. That civic education should be able to be progressive. If I was in a position, actually democracy and good governance would be part of the curriculum in the school. Just like I'm very passionate about hygiene and garbage collection, which I believe should also be part of the curriculum in the school, so that as people grow, they know about democracy, they know about good governance, they know why they need to vote. Because you don't vote because maybe professor becomes your MP. I should be able to understand as a Kenyan, I'm voting so that the economy becomes good. I'm voting so that there is peace. I'm voting so that I can enjoy the fruits of our country. Once that is inculcated in our minds, the value of the vote, then even these errors that we see will not be there. I've been a voter for many years. And when you go to the voting station, you find there are people who are staying at the gate because they don't want to vote because nobody has seen them. Seen them, of course, is no politician has come to facilitate them to do what? To vote. But if you know the value of your vote, consciously you go to the polling station, consciously you take time to mark it correctly, and then you'll be able to cast it correctly. So civic education to me is number one, civic education is number two, civic education is number three.
Thank you very much, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
I welcome Nicodemus to ask you some questions. Mr. Bore, please.
Thank you, Chair. Silas.
Yes, sir.
It is good you've mentioned that hygiene, which includes garbage collection and IEBC, should be a part of the curriculum.
I believe so.
Why garbage collection and hygiene?
And the opportunity to study in Japan. And one of the things that I learned when I got there, in every homestead, there are 3 containers. And those 3 containers are labeled. This one is for cans, this one is for biodegradable, this one is for this. And the child at birth, they can be able to identify the colors. If you eat a banana, she knows, or the child knows even which can I'm going to drop that banana left over. Which can I'm going to throw, which can I'm going to throw the bottle. And even when we went for picnics, like in Hur Park, you find everybody is there and there are so many people at bottles. But the moment you wake up, everybody will wake up having collected the garbage and drop it in the major bins. And the compound will be left clean and the council will not appear there to go and clean the compound. That is why I think if it is inculcated from the start, young people internalize things. And when they internalize things, it becomes like a religion. They're able to follow it, and they're able to implement it. If we bring value of the vote, particularly in our young generations, we have introduced democracy, particularly in the schools, on how people can elect their prefect and so forth. But we have not told them the purpose of having that prefect. I've been a school board chairman, and we have had problems with the students who have been elected to come and sit in the board. Because when they elected and they come as activists. They want to advocate for what the students want. We must have X in our school. We must have this. Because they have not understood why they are coming actually to the board of management to articulate the real issues of the students. So I think that value of vote to me is something that we cannot compromise. It should be like integrity, which we cannot compromise.
Thank you, Kenotei. Now, as a commissioner given a chance to serve at the IEBC.
Yes.
And it's not your first time serving as a commissioner, maybe because you have served in the Lands Commission, a different capacity.
Yes.
What mechanism can a commissioner use to provide strategic guidance while preserving the operational autonomy of the Secretariat?
Thank you very much. You see, as a commissioner, our role, or the role of commissioners, is policy, development, strategy, oversight, and facilitating good governance. But believe me, too, some of those policies that we develop originate from the management. Actually, in the committees that commissioners chair, you ask the problem. As a commissioner, I'm supposed to ask the staff, what is their problem? Because we need to do what we call in human resource needs assessment. What is the problem that is bedeviling your area of operation? And then out of those problems is when I'll be able now to develop a collective policy in consultation with the staff. Because I can't develop a policy and place it for them. I mean, I have not addressed their concerns. I should be able to work it the other way around. We consult with the staff, we come up with our needs assessment, then we find what is it that we can do, and from there now we start working out on our way to solve the problem. And once we are finding that solution collectively with the staff, is when now we can develop our policy, and as the person, maybe commissioner chairing that committee, I will be able to propagate it to the plenary of the commission, and then we can share, we get further input, consult even from outside if need be, and come up with a firmed policy on what we should do. Even a simple policy sometimes, like taking a photocopy of the Form 34E. There should be a policy that when you are taking that photocopy, use a plain surface. Ensure that once you place that Form 34 and you are taking an image of it, ensure that that surface is plain, so that when it is transmitted, it doesn't have other backgrounds which may raise you and cry, like what we saw in 2022. I think there was a Form 34 like that, which brought her name and it became a big contention. So small things that can be able to fill up to form a major policy. That's how I would work it, bottom up.
Thank you, Chairman, and all the best, Kenotei.
Thank you. I want to invite Professor to ask you some questions, Prof.
Thank you, Chair. Silas.
Yes, Professor.
I want to ask you a question on adaptive leadership.
Yes.
Suppose a sudden court ruling disrupts the electoral timeline, 2 months to polling day. What leadership actions would you take as a commissioner, together with your fellow commissioners, to steer the process forward? And I can give you an example.
Yes, give me an example.
I believe in 2017, there was a court ruling, which although it didn't give an order, said that either the returning officer or presiding officer, I can't recall, were not deployed as per law, which means, and it was just the eve of elections, but this one is 2 months to the elections, and there's a court ruling. It's a hypothetical question, but it has happened. You remember, even the 2012 elections was pushed to 2013.
Yes.
So such a scenario, how would you, together with your commissioners, move?
First of all, the law must be obeyed, because we can't go against the law. But there are provisions on how to go around the law. That is what I believe. So the first thing I would advise my fellow commissioners is we study the ruling and we find the areas where we can be able to appeal, even if not to go against the ruling, because sometimes the ruling is good, but you don't want to go against it. So I would urge my commissioners and consult with even legal minds and seek to have a stay of execution of that ruling, so that when it is stayed, then the status quo takes place and we can be advised, we can be able to proceed and carry out the election. That is the legal approach I would advise.
Thank you. My last question on this segment is on transparency obligations. What are the legal and ethical requirements for public officers, such as IEBC commissioners, regarding financial disclosure and conflict of interest?
Thank you. That is provided in the Public Ethics Act, and as a state officer, I'm supposed to disclose conflict of interest. In fact, it's not, in my view, particularly if we are sitting as a commission and the pertinent matter is of great public concern. What I would advocate as a rule is that we have a register of declaration of public interest, so that if I have a public interest, I also register, not only declaring it, but it should be evidenced, so that when it comes back later, there will be no argument, because probably meetings are not unanswered. There will be no argument that I did not declare the conflict of interest, so it should also be registered. And the other question was on...
No, it was just that. And regarding financial disclosure.
Yes, financial disclosure. The law requires that anything that a state officer or even a public officer is given even as a present, exceeding 20,000 value, must be declared and surrendered to the public. So there should be nothing like hiding back, because Professor, all this goes around integrity. And I read a book by your professor colleague, Jacob Kaimenyi, on betrayal of public trust. And one of his quotations inside there is, a leader can miss some things and still become a good leader, but integrity is not one of them that you can compromise. Thank you, Professor.
He was my boss at the university.
Thank you. He has written a nice book on integrity and temptations that state officers go through.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Professor, do you want to ask the last two questions?
Sure. Silas Kenotei Murithi.
Yes, sir.
This is usually, we take you back to high school, and we start with your area of expertise.
Yes.
Where it's just about facts And one of the areas you have elaborated as your area of expertise is in boundary delimitation.
Yes.
This country, if you leave the current 290 constituencies, this country has gone through 4 other boundary delimitations.
Yes.
And include the independence one. So you can tell us the years of those boundary delimitations and the number of constituencies. In other words, if 1963 was 80, well, the next one took us to how much? And the next one took us to how much? And the next one took us to how much, in which year? And then for the immediate one after 1963, if you can tell us the rationale of that increase.
Quite a mouthful. Maybe I can try working backwards. We have currently the 290 constituencies. The previous constituencies were 210.
Yeah.
210 constituencies. We ran them 2007. Then we had 188 constituencies.
Yeah.
1992. Then we had, how many other constituencies? Let me not guess. Yes.
Okay, thank you. My last question is, again, general, as per high school. Name any 2 African authors who have won international acclaim. These are literary scholars. It could be a Nobel. It could just be renowned. 2 African authors.
Okay, there is
literature scholars. Yeah.
Yes, there is Ngugi wa Thiong'o. There is Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, our brother Murithi. We appreciate the information we have learned from you. I don't know if they have any question or comment to make.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have any question. I just want again to thank you very much for giving me a chance, because I've learned a lot from the engagement that we have had. And I also believe I've put up my case. And I'm looking forward that I'll find favor and be able to particularly use my integrity qualities in helping this country in the process of good governance, because I strongly believe in Kenya we have achieved very well in democracy, particularly in freedom of speech, freedom of association, even freedom of owning property anywhere, freedom to picket. But we have not been able to advance that democracy to good governance. And because, in my view, good governance should be able to be given by the democracy. And then good governance will be able to give us peace and prosperity. And that is all what we want as Kenyans. And I pray that as an emerging democratic country in this sphere, the next commission will advance it very far and will be a reference point in this region. Thank you.
Thank you, and blessings to you. You'll find your certificates at the door or with one of our staff. Feel free to pick the notebook and the pen. Maybe the water also. Thank you. Yes, there you are.
Okay, thank you very much for the gift.
Asante.
It's not more than 20,000.
No, it's not.
Thank you.
Asante. Our next candidate is Silas Rotich Kipruto. Of this selection panel, it's a pleasure having you, and congratulations for being shortlisted. You do have a pen and a notebook there for you to note whatever you may feel like you want to do, receive in water. I want to invite my colleagues to introduce themselves to you, then after that we will come to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rotich.
Good afternoon to you.
My name is Linda Kiome. I serve this panel as the Vice Chair. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for this interview session. Karibu.
Silas, ujambo.
Sijambo.
Naitwa Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante.
Kipruto, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Caroline Kituko, karibu.
Asante.
Good afternoon, Silas.
Good afternoon to you.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of this selection panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Rotich.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rotich.
Good afternoon to you.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kipruto.
Good afternoon to you.
Karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Asante.
Good afternoon, Cyrus.
Good afternoon.
My name is Evan Simisati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you.
Thank you.
Members of the gallery, welcome for the interview. Also, you can participate by watching and listening in. We want to ask you, Bwana Kipruto, to introduce yourself and mention those things that are important for the role that you have applied for, and that part of your profile that you think is important for us to know. I also wish to ask that you mention if you are a member of any professional society and if you have received any award. Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of this panel, first of all, let me thank you most sincerely for giving me this opportunity to have this conversation this late afternoon. I consider it a privilege. I know the task has not been easy. Many of us placed applications for this particular position, and so I want to thank you for that. My name is Silas Rotich Kipruto. I come from Uasin Gishu County, specifically Keses constituency, but originally from Ainabkoi, both of them in Uasin Gishu. I'm a holder of a master's degree in strategic management from the University of, from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. I'm also a graduate of Moi University, a bachelor's degree in education science. I graduated in the year 2001, having done mathematics and chemistry. Before that, I was a student of Chebisas Boys High School, one of the finest institutions in my home county, a school that gave me very, very important qualities of hard work, discipline, and honesty. I keep remembering the words of my school principal, the late Mr. Musau, who used to tell us that a school is a place where responsible citizens are nurtured. And I can pride myself as having come from that particular institution. Before my high school, I was in Innocence Primary School, a place in Burn Forest, very cosmopolitan. And right from my young age, I was able to interact with the diversity of our country. Mr. Chairman, I began my career journey as a teacher. I went back to the same school which I was a student. And for 1 year before I was posted by the TSC to teach mathematics and chemistry. I grew in the teaching profession. I was able to rise through the various ranks in school, and I exited as a deputy principal in the year 2012. My 10 years experience of teaching, I was able to interact a lot with parents, especially when I came to the Office of Academics and Discipline and the Deputy Principal's Office, and also with students, and I was able to hone my skills of public administration at that tender age. 1 year before I exited teaching, I was privileged to undertake a course by one Christian organization. They call themselves Sandola's Leadership Training Institute, which trains on servant leadership, a course that took 6 months, and I was given a certificate having satisfied the requirements of that particular training. In this training, the emphasis were two things. One was skills. The other one was integrity. We quoted, if you allow me, from a scripture that says, David led them by the integrity of his heart and the skillfulness of his hands. And I was able to pick that up. And in 2012, I joined the IEBC. From 2012 up to now, that is the institution that I have worked. I joined as a constituency elections coordinator, a registration officer, and as a returning officer. I was first posted to Bungoma County, specifically a constituency called Kabuchai. My first assignment was to undertake the first biometric voter registration, which was just being introduced in the year 2012. Within a span of 6 months, we were getting ourselves ready to conduct the first elections under the new constitution in March 4th, 2013. I was able to put up teams, train the election officials, and conduct that election, and picked up very useful lessons. Having been the first election, the first 6 elections in the country, all the challenges that came with it, we were able to pull through. Fast forward, I was posted to Soy constituency in the year 2015 in the same capacity, and my role there was to be able to coordinate the activities of the commission at the constituency level and conduct registration. We had 2 mass voter registration exercises. And in 2017, when the team that just left the Chebukati Commission came, they reorganized the structure of the commission and created offices for county election managers. I applied and I was interviewed and I was successful. I was therefore promoted to be a county elections manager and was posted in April to the county of Nakuru. Mr. Chairman, I arrived in Nakuru, and within 1 week, we were getting ourselves ready to receive nomination forms from candidates who are then going to run for the 2017 elections, and all the many other activities that are related to that process. I was able to manage that county very well. Nakuru County is the 3rd largest county in the country in terms of number of registered voters, the number of polling stations, and there are so many logistical issues that come up with that. I was also able to coordinate the 11 constituencies, all the officers that were working under me. And on the same note, I was the one in charge of the commission resources at the county. That includes supply chain and everything else that goes with that. I worked in Nakuru, and it was a very interesting experience. Managed to conduct a lot of stakeholder meetings. Some of them were to deal with security issues. Others were to deal with just the faith-based organizations, political parties, and many other groups. And after that election, I continued to work in Nakuru up to the year 2022, when we were again reshuffled, and I was sent to Nandi County on the same responsibility of county elections manager, and of course also the county returning officer. I worked with the same zeal and determination, and Mr. Chairman, it will be important to note that after that election, myself and a number of other returning officers received what we call in IEBC the Chairman's Award because of outstanding leadership in the conduct of the elections of 2022. While at IEBC, I have been able to attend very many skill enhancement trainings, professional trainings, and other workshops that have enhanced my competencies. Let me just mention three, Chairman. One is what I would call Management of Democratic Elections in Africa. This is a course that is offered in the Institute of African Renaissance Studies in South Africa, working in partnership with the University of South Africa. It is a 6-month course that brings together people from different EMBs, civil society groups, just to look at how we can be able to enhance the management of our elections. The second training, Chairman, which I have attended, is what we call Bridge, Building Resources in Democracy, Governance, and Elections. I've been privileged to undertake 3 modules in that particular training, and it has enriched my capacity in election management. And finally, Chairman, I've also undertaken 2 very senior courses in the Kenya School of Government, a senior management course and a strategic leadership development course. Mr. Chairman, I'm aware of the magnitude of what I'm asking this committee to give me, and I am fully persuaded that I have the competencies, I have the ethical leadership that is needed, I have the integrity that is required, and I believe that given an opportunity, I will bring my experience, I will bring the courage that I have developed over time, the resilience, and be able to push our democracy forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Rotich, reflecting on your career journey so far, what key competencies beyond a educational background would you draw on to assist you in the execution of your mandate in the event you're taken up as a commissioner, beyond education?
Thank you so much, Madam Linda. Yeah, beyond education, one of the key competences that I bring here is a very rich experience in election management. I have, in the last 13 years, been able to interact with the various motions that revolve around the management of elections, right from the pre-election phase all the way to post-election phase. The second skill that I bring on board is management skills, right from the time when I was a teacher. And for the last 13 years in the commission, I've been able to engage myself in management, in being able to organize teams, plan, coordinate, and ensure that tasks are implemented very well. I also bring in the skill of public administration, right from training in college and also working in the commission, interacting with members of the public, and being able to undertake my responsibilities in a manner that befits a public servant. I believe that I have the skills of public administration. I also bring in leadership skills. I sit in 3 boards back down there in the village. I'm a board member of 2 secondary schools, Seko Girls and another one called Kaptumo. I'm also a board member in the church where I go, and we have been able to deal with issues of providing leadership in those institutions. But even right here at the commission, as a county elections manager, I'm tasked with leading the work of the commission in that particular institution. The last 13 years have given me 3 other important skills. The work of elections require that you become competent in ICT skills. All the technologies that we are employing and using, I have familiarized myself with them. I'm privileged to be part of the trainers in the commission, and therefore there's that extra need for me to be able to equip myself with the ICT skills, with legal skills as well. Slowly, as we conduct these elections, we are finding ourselves almost becoming paralegals, because everything about elections really is about the law. And of course, when I was appointed as an accounting officer with delegated powers in the county, I had to again get financial skills and accounting skills so that I'm able to manage the resources at the county. But one big skill which I bring on board also is communication skills. My interaction with stakeholders in the various counties that I have worked, I have discovered that when you work with them and you communicate properly to them, then definitely it brings in the element of believability and credibility of our election results.
Thank you very much, sir, and I wish you the very best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask Carol to ask you some questions, noting that you have become a paralegal.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kipruto.
Yes, Madam Carol.
The IBC has the mandate to carry out referendums in Kenya. What are the key circumstances that require a referendum under the Constitution?
Thank you so much, Madam Carol. Chairman, I believe I'm audible. Okay, thank you. So you are right, actually, that the IEBC is given that mandate to conduct a referendum in Kenya. And there are various instances in which we can be able to conduct a referendum in the country when there is a need to amend the Constitution. There are 2 ways in which the Constitution can be amended, either by parliamentary initiative or by popular initiative. The Constitution requires that where a matter that is being amended touches on the protected clauses, then it should go beyond whatever decisions Parliament make. It has to get to the people, and a referendum has to be conducted. So basically, my take is you conduct a referendum for those clauses that are protected, if it is a parliamentary initiative, and if it is a popular initiative, then it still has to go all the way for a referendum.
What are the protected clauses? Can you mention 4 of the protected clauses?
Thank you. One of the protected clauses is the sovereignty of Kenya is a protected clause. The independence of the judiciary is also one of the clauses. The Chapter 15 commissions is also a protected clause. Article 10, the elements that are found in Article 10 are also part of the protected clauses.
All right. So what's the procedure and what's the mandate of the IBC, particularly when carrying out referendum?
Thank you very much, Madam Caro, again for that question. So if I may begin with the popular initiative, once a person or a group of people have a bill or something that they want amended, the first step they will do is to collect signatures. They will, write the bill or the question that they have and then collect 1 million and above signatures. So the first responsibility of the Commission would be to verify that that particular bill is supported by not less than 1 million people who are registered voters. Once the Commission is satisfied that the people who support this bill are over 1 million, then it will forward that bill to the county assemblies. And the county assemblies will have their time. I think there's a time given to them, 90 days, to go through the bills. If more than half of those county assemblies pass the bill, it will then come to parliament. And they will have also their say, both houses of parliament. Once they have their say, regardless of which direction it takes, then the decision that they make, let me revise that statement of regardless, if it is a matter that can be settled at the National Assembly and it is passed by the majority, then it settles there. But if it is a matter that, again, is protected, it has to come to the Commission. But if both houses of Parliament do not pass it, it still comes to the Commission. And now the Commission will formulate a question and carry out a referendum.
And what about parliamentary initiative?
So parliamentary initiative, a member of Parliament can draft a bill for the amendment of the Constitution. And again, if that bill touches on the protected clauses of the Constitution, it will find its way to the Commission. So Parliament will have to go through it, make a decision whichever way, but it has got to pass a given threshold. Once Parliament passes it and it is protected, it then comes to the Commission. But if Parliament does not pass it and it was a parliamentary initiative, then it dies at that particular point.
All right. Thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And invite Koki Muli to ask some questions. Koki, please.
Thank you, Chair. Kipruto.
Yes, Madam.
Clearly, from the responses that you are giving, and also from what you have told us about your almost 13 years of experience in IEBC, you do have a very good grasp of electoral matters. So what I want to ask you is more of a practical question based on your own practical experience, and which would be quite useful should you become a member of the IEBC. So from this experience you have, which of your key stakeholders pose the biggest threat to credible, transparent, professionally conducted, free and fair elections? Why and how? You can describe why and how if you don't feel comfortable mentioning the stakeholder, but you can just tell us what are the practical hurdles that if they were removed, we would have actually a transparent and credible election that is posed, that comes directly from one of your key stakeholders.
Thank you. Thank you, Daktari, for that question. I think, like you said, stakeholders are very, very critical in our electoral processes, and especially in terms of acceptability and believability of our election results. From where I sit, one of the key stakeholders that really is key in the electoral process, and of course would be the biggest threat, depending on which direction the election goes, will be the politicians. It could be candidates that were sponsored by political parties, or it could be independent candidates.
How? Just tell us.
Yes.
Just tell us the next level.
Yes. So basically,
how do they do that?
Elections are very contentious in this country, and the stakes are normally very high. And because of this, the electoral system which we adopted, the winner takes all. Nobody is prepared to lose an election. And because of that stake and the kind of investment that people put in an election, everybody expects to win. Unfortunately, not everybody can win. And therefore, they would want to have it go their way, even when it is not possible for it to go their way. So they would always have to find a way of seeing that things work out, and sometimes it doesn't work out.
So now, if you become a member of IEBC, how are you going to help Kenya deal with that problem?
Thank you, Daktari. We will have to take this aspect of stakeholder engagement a notch higher. One of the greatest problems I believe we have as a commission and as a country is trust deficit in the IEBC. And I personally propose that we need to have very regular engagements, either with PPLC, political parties, with candidates, and with the commission. And in this case, we need to also take care of those people who may not have succeeded to get elected either to parliament or to being members of the commission. We need to continuously engage.
Yes, but how do we take care of them? I am liking the way you are moving, so we want to find a solution. So now those people who have not succeeded, how do we take care of them so that they accept the results and they leave the winners to work peacefully for the next 5 years?
Yes. It takes me back to, because I'm assuming most of the candidates we have are political party-sponsored candidates. So we need to have regular engagements with the organs of the party for them to also help the commission communicate to their members that in this contest we are either going to win or lose. If we partner with the leadership of political parties, right from the top all the way to the grassroots, is going to be of great help. So the Office of Registrar of Political Parties is critical because that is the office that basically regulates the conduct and the affairs of the political parties. So for me, we work with political party leaders, we work with the structures on the ground, but we also involve other stakeholders so that we can be able to particularly convince, especially the political leaders who lose, that we can live to fight another day.
Thank you very much, Kipruto, and I wish you all the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask FCP to ask you some questions. FCP, please.
Thank you, Chair. Silas, you've told my colleague that the biggest threat is politicians. So how has the Constitution protected you as IEBC from these politicians? There are certain mechanisms that the Constitution has protected IEBC. If you look at Article 250, Article 251, there are mechanisms that has been provided to protect you now from these politicians. Kindly mention at least 3 of those mechanisms.
Thank you. Thank you, FCP Tanui. Indeed, you're right that the Constitution has provided mechanisms to protect the IEBC. And like you have indicated in Article, I think, 249, it talks about that when the commission, or rather all commissions, when they are conducting their businesses, they are not to be subjected under direction or control of any authority or any person. So there is that decisional independence in terms of carrying out our responsibilities as a commission. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, you will also notice that I think there's an article, I may not be very accurate about it, but it should be Article 84, which talks about requiring of every candidate at every election to comply with the code of conduct that has been prepared by the IEBC. So there is a code of conduct which every candidate, let me just use the word candidate because we have independent and the rest, that element of compliance with the code of conduct protects the commission in a way because it then takes the responsibility to the person who is running for election. That there are certain rules, there are certain mechanisms that I must be able to comply with. Otherwise, I will be sanctioned and I can actually be removed from the contest. The other one, of course, is the financial independence, which I know we may not really be there as yet, but the Constitution has also mandated Parliament to ensure that they give the Commission enough resources so that they are able to carry out their activities without really looking to the sides and wondering, what are we going to do?
And if the politicians want to remove you, what protection mechanism are there?
There is security of tenure that is given to the commissioners. You don't just wake up one day and say, it's time for you to leave. There has to be a reason that is constitutional, a reason that is legal. Either there has been gross misconduct, either there has been a violation of the Constitution, or somebody is incapacitated. Then there is a process in which that person still has to be removed by the formation of a tribunal and things like that. So there is that element of security of tenure which enables the Commission to be able to conduct its affairs without really fearing that if I make this decision, then I will be removed the following day.
Yeah, earlier on you talked about financial independence, but it's like you aren't sure whether that is there. But there is a provision in the Constitution that in a way gives the Commission some financial independence. What is that provision?
That provision should be 249(3), which talks about Parliament shall appropriate enough resources or finances to the Independent Commission for the carrying out of its functions.
Yes.
And then in the IEBC, yes?
No, yeah, continue. There is something there you've not said.
There's something in that sentence?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe
that has an element of financial independence.
Okay. Maybe I'm not able to recollect it for now.
Yeah, there is something known as separate vote.
Yeah, separate vote, correct.
vote. That
Yes.
in itself is an element of independence. Now, lastly, you're already in IEBC, but assuming you become a commissioner, and I believe you appreciate how IEBC now is operating, what 4 urgent actions would you take in your first 6 months if appointed?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, FCPA Tanui. The thing that comes to my mind very quickly as number 1 is restoration of public trust. There are so many very good things that I believe myself and those of us in IEBC are doing, but maybe we are not communicating about them. And so I will desire that as one of my first wins in the Commission is to win the confidence of Kenyans by strategic communication. The second element which I would look at in the next 6 months and going forward is the whole subject of voter registration. The Constitution requires that we conduct continuous voter registration. As things are right now, there is very little going on with respect to that constitutional mandate. And I keep asking myself, is it right that a constitutional mandate like that can be suspended for this long? One, because of the absence of commissioners, but secondly, because of lack of resources. So I would like us to address that question of continuous voter registration so that we give Kenyans opportunity and we begin to prepare ourselves for the conduct of the 2027 elections. So voter registration and several strategies that I can bring there. We begin to see whether we can even employ technology. I know in the next 6 months it might be a tall order, but I look at the way we, for example, apply for passports, using e-citizen, and then you only present yourself for the taking of fingerprints. The many, many young people here who are not yet registered, I'm sure they'll be very interested in something that makes it very easy for them to register. But of course, there has to be some few legal issues with regards to that. So voter registration is one strategy that I will look at. I will also look at the question of voter education, targeting the various groups that are there. And finally, election security is something I'm very passionate about.
Thank you, Silas. I wish you well, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Ms. Sati to ask you some questions. Evans, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Cyrus, now that you have all the information, I'm wondering what to do. Now, I want to take you to further education. Now that you guys have been very busy, you have not been doing further education. We can do some further education now for Kenyans who are watching. Now, from where you sit, the electoral offences, please mention to the panel and Kenyans who are watching some of the three election offences. And then, once you have done that, at what period do such actions become an electoral offence? Is it the entire period, or is only during a certain period that IEBC puts?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Sati, for that question. Indeed, we have several election offences that can be done by a voter, by a candidate, by an election official, even by the commissioners themselves. And just to mention three of them, there is an offense which we call personation. There is an offense which relates to messing up the register of voters, like tearing it up, throwing it, and doing all those kind of things. There is also an offense that relates to public officers engaging themselves in political issues, and when that, of course, is not required. And then there is an offense of bribery. We used to have another offense called treating, but I think the political class decided to remove it. So now they can treat voters and it is not considered an offense anymore. But bribery, indeed, is an election offense. Now you have asked what period are these offenses considered election offense? It's my submission, Chairman, that once the chairman of the commission has issued a gazette notice declaring the electioneering period, giving the dates and the calendar of events of when nominations will take place, campaigns, registration of candidates, and of course, eventually the conduct of elections. That whole period, if somebody was to get themselves in an offense that is related to election, then it should be treated as an election offense. Like in the last election, it was from the 20th of January all the way to the 9th of August.
So anything of the same outside that period is not an offense. But you realize that in Kenya, campaigns start maybe a year or 2 years towards that. So all these things happening, even if they fall or there are actions that can be an election offense during the period when the chairman has gazetted, they are not election offenses.
Yeah, that is the dilemma that we have, and maybe the lawyers can help us here, but there are instances when we have tried to employ the whole concept of election offense outside that gazetted period, and people have argued that no election has been gazetted. So why are you saying this is an election offense? So it is treated as other offenses, maybe from the other laws that are there, but it's difficult to classify them as election offenses.
It's okay. From where you stand, is there an official period for, apart from that gazetted period, when Kenyans or candidates, if we finish the 2027 elections and that Tuesday, if somebody starts on Wednesday to campaign, he can continue until the other 2032. So IEBC has no mandate and legal on that.
Thank you, Evans. Those activities which people do normally outside that gazetted period, they say they are not campaigning. They are just meeting the people and greeting them and doing things. They don't consider it campaigns. That is how they argue, and therefore it ties really the hands of the commission in terms of how do you then apprehend people and prosecute and those kind of things, because they are actually outside the official campaign period. So they say they are meeting the people.
Lastly, from me, that I'm sure it affects the campaign financing bill. It's under the same dilemma that IEBC will be from where you sit.
Yeah, the Election Campaign Financing Act, which is supposed to be in force, is actually affected by those kind of activities, like you have said, because then it's difficult to monitor the activities that politicians are engaged in outside the election period. If this act was in force, it would most likely mean that it is applicable during the election period, if it was in force. And therefore it would mean actually if people are engaged in campaigns outside the election period, it again poses a dilemma. But Mr. Misati, I think what you are raising is important, and I'm sure the Commission and the other stakeholders would be interested to see how do we cure any mischief, just in case somebody was to say, I'm doing this and there's no campaign. How can that be cured?
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Fatuma to ask some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Rotich.
Yes, Fatuma.
Why do you consider citizen participation a critical matter in the election process, especially in our context in Kenya?
Thank you. Thank you, Fatuma, for that question. Citizen participation is very critical because it gives legitimacy to our elections. If we are doing our own businesses without public participation or citizen participation, then our elections lack legitimacy. And of course, one of the principles of our electoral system is what they call universal suffrage, having as many people of the majority age participate in the conduct of elections. And therefore, to give it legitimacy, it would be necessary to have as many of them as possible participate in that process. I was going through the register that the number of voters we registered in the last election, 22,120,468. And I looked at the percentage of participation of, for example, the youth. It is not so bad, but it is not the best. we still need to be able to do more to ensure that they participate in elections. And not just in registration, but they also participate in contesting for those elections.
You've mentioned that it provides
legitimacy.
Legitimacy.
Yes.
What else does it do?
Citizen participation also gives our elections credibility. Our elections then is also transparent when we have citizens participate. And of course, by the end of the day, we get the leaders that as a country we deserve when we have people participate in elections.
What are the specific principles that guide this participation? Just give me like 3 main principles that guide citizen participation or even stakeholder engagement.
The first principle, thank you so much again, Fatuma. What should guide citizen participation or stakeholder engagement is the whole concept of inclusivity. We want all stakeholders included in our electoral processes, whether it is the special interest groups, whether it is the overall voting population, the citizens in general, whether it is the state or non-state actors. We want them involved. The second principle is about what interest does this particular group have, or what stake do they have. So we map them or segment the stakeholders based on the interest they have, based on the contribution that they make in the process of election. And of course, finally, we have the whole concept of having clarity in terms of the messages that we bring out to the stakeholders. But we must have a structured way in which we have either it is MOUs that guide the process in which these stakeholders are classified and then brought on board in our election processes.
Thank you very much, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Invite Nicodemus, please, Bori.
Thank you, Chairman. Rotich, you are currently the County Elections Board Manager for Nakuru and Nandi?
I am now based in Nandi County.
In Nandi County?
Yes.
And you must, from what we have discussed and heard you talk, you have vast experience in conducting of elections.
That's
in your
correct.
opinion, how effective is our current election system? And what recommendations will you give towards making it more effective, more efficient, and cheap?
Thank you very much. I want to believe that I've understood you to mean that we are talking about the electoral system which we are using as a country, which is the first past the post, and therefore, how effective is it? This is a very serious debate, Mr. Chairman, about the electoral system which we have given ourselves as a country. It is this system that makes our elections extremely competitive, because somebody who loses even by 3 votes just goes home like that. There's nothing to comfort yourself and make yourself feel like I actually worked very hard. So I think the whole system of first past the post is not good for a society like Kenya. And we have been on it for the longest period, and I think the jury is out there in terms of how best it is working for us. But if you look at what we are doing to for example, fill the 2/3 gender rule, where we are having party lists and gender top-ups and those kind of things, there is very little noise because we are using proportional representation to be able to fill those positions. So for me, first past the post is the reason why our elections are very expensive. The elections in Kenya are extremely expensive because we cannot afford to make a mistake, even on simple things like ballot papers. We have to put in so many security features. You know, we have to even talk about having very many polling stations, which is a serious cost driver. By the end of the day, if you look at other jurisdictions, when I was in South Africa doing that course, I was able to observe the municipal elections, which were taking place in that country. And I discovered that you wouldn't even tell that there is an election going on because there they elect political parties. They don't use very complicated materials like us. And that in itself makes the whole concept of elections very cheap. In our home country, we cannot even trust printing ballot papers here in Nairobi. And that is because of the system of elections that we have adopted. Going forward, I don't know when, but I think at whatever level, when the country is able to again reflect and look at all these things, for me, I believe that first past the post, it is a good system, yes. But unless we work on the issue of election trust, it's still going to keep escalating our cost of elections.
Thank you, Silas, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Professor Adam Solo to ask you some questions. Prof?
Thank you, Chair. Silas.
Yes, Prof.
Imagine Silas is already a commissioner.
Thank you.
And a political player offers you either a bribe or a future retirement package in exchange for influencing a disputed gubernatorial nomination or election, what would be your response?
Thank you, Professor. The gubernatorial elections, first of all, is conducted by a county returning officer. Luckily, I've been able to conduct 2 in Nakuru and Nandi. And therefore, maybe the best place that a politician would have gone was to try and see whether they can persuade. But be that as it may, Prof, one of the things I have learned in conducting elections is that if you carry yourself with integrity, you are then able to know how to deal with those kind of propositions or you know, those kind of things which people would bring to try and make you tamper with an electoral process. When I was in Nakuru, and I think I called the person who was concerned with this, and I told him I'm likely to quote you in case such a question comes. When we were clearing candidates, registering candidates for elections, there's this very prominent candidate who came, and all of us know that when politicians are coming for nominations, they come with a crowd, they come with the media, and they come with supporters, and they don't expect anything like you, a very small man there, shaming them or returning them. But this candidate actually had come with a running mate who had not properly resigned. And therefore, to me, he was still a public officer. And I therefore couldn't clear this candidate. It was live on TV, and I advised him that we still have 1 more day before we close the nomination date. I'm not closing you out. I'm asking you to do 2 things. 1, let your running mates bring proper documents indicating that they have actually resigned, or go and look for another running mate. The deadline is tomorrow, but please, there's nothing I can do. I cannot clear these candidates. The gentlemen actually, they went. And because they were very serious about the process, they called me 2 hours later and said they have gotten all the paperwork right. I scheduled them to come. And interestingly, he went ahead and won, that particular election. So basically, I think sticking to the law is something that I would want to bring even to the commission, that I can be able to be objective, I can be able to bring honor and dignity to that office by politely, informing this particular person that it is important to follow the law. Find out what are the reasons why this person is not being cleared. Is he able to make that correction? If not, let them change and do something else.
Staying right there, that this panel makes you a commissioner. Let's look at post-exit ethics. That Silas Rotich has served as a commissioner, served his full term. How would you, upon the conclusion of your term, especially in the immediate period, continue to demonstrate integrity and protect the IEBC's public image?
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. When I have served my full term as a commissioner and I have exited, one of the things I will do in my exit period is to pass on knowledge to the team that is coming. I will therefore write and share my experiences, and if granted an opportunity, I would be more than willing to be part of those inducting the new commissioners. Just sharing the experiences that I've been able to gather in the process of my tour of duty, and then leave it to them to run the institution. Secondly, I will take a vacation. I believe it is important, after serving your country faithfully for 6 years, to just step out there and relax a little bit, and then come back re-energized and get other opportunities to see what else we can be able to do for the country or for the people back in the village.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Professor, proceed and ask your final 2 questions, please.
Silas, usually we round off by what the chair calls high school questions. And I can see that elections is one of your area of expertise. Would I be right?
Yes, Prof.
In the current composition and membership of Parliament at Article 97, titled Membership of the National Assembly 1, Clause C, 12 members nominated by parliamentary political parties according to their proportion of members of the National Assembly in accordance with Article 90 to represent special interests, including the youth, persons with disabilities, and workers. Without quoting directly the old Constitution, what was the equivalent of that provision from 1969, and how were such members placed in Parliament?
Wow, that is a tough one, Prof.
Okay, let me rephrase it.
Yes.
Now, Article 97, 1C is talking of 12 nominated members by parliamentary political parties.
Correct.
according to the party lists. Before the 2010 constitution, there were also 12 nominated members. What I'm asking, how did they used to come to office? Because it's not the way it is now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for simplifying it for me. So in the old constitution, there was no party list given to the IEBC. So we used to wait until after elections. Then the party leaders would then go ahead and nominate the people and give the names.
Are you sure of that? I'm just trying to save you. Are you sure of that?
I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to my second question, outside your area of expertise, but general knowledge. Is name one African kingdom or empire that existed before colonization. Just one.
In Western Kenya, we have the, is it Nabongo Mumia Kingdom?
No, not Kenya. Africa. Name one African kingdom or empire. Okay, I hear you with the Wanga.
The Wanga, yes.
But I want an expansive one, you know. Wanga was
the Baganda.
Just a subject. Okay, Baganda. Any other empire?
No, I can't remember of any now.
West Africa, you can't remember? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end. Do you have any comment or question?
Well, Chairman, I do not have any question, but allow me again to register my appreciation to you and these distinguished ladies and gentlemen for giving me this opportunity. I don't take it for granted. I want to believe that I have demonstrated my competence. Mine is to really pray that God continues to give you people wisdom and grace. The elections of 2027 stands between Kenya and the Vision 2030. By the time we are doing the next election, we will be thinking about maybe Vision 2070 or something else. And I'm sure that we need men and women who can be able to really push our democracy forward, consolidate all the good gains we have made since the promulgation of the new constitution. And I therefore want to thank you very, very much, most sincerely, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you once again.
Much appreciated. Thank you for coming. And members of the gallery, thank you for coming also. You'll find your folder with certificates at the door with one of our staff. Kindly feel free to take the notebook, is also yours.
Thank you.
And the water.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bless you. Thank you. Bye. Okay, we have come to the end of our day. Our media team, we appreciate your work. We'll resume tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.